Chapter 28-22. His sword chi was simply too sharp. Moreover, his defense was unparalleled. No wonder he could kill so many Archean prodigies. One of the Archean creatures had a gloomy expression. It seemed like the human race still had some prodigies. The other person sneered. So what? How dare he be so arrogant in front of the 10,000 Archean races? He's definitely dead, the third person said. Originally, they wanted to let the Archean royal prodigies take care of him, but they didn't expect him to encounter the Greenwood prodigies. Don't worry, he's definitely dead. The one who spoke was also an Archean creature from the Green Vine race. The other Archean creatures all turned their heads. Oh, could it be that Brother Greenwood is confident this time? Of course. The Archean creature from the Green Vine race had a proud expression. This time, Brother Greenwood brought the Greenwood sword. The Greenwood sword? You mean that terrifying half-saint weapon? That's right, it's that half-saint weapon. When the surrounding human cultivators heard this, they were extremely puzzled. So what if he had a half-saint weapon? Lin Xian had one too. Moreover, in the previous battles, prodigies of their level rarely used half-saint weapons. Because both sides had them, it was useless to take them out. They might as well use their own strength. But now, it seemed that these Archean creatures were so confident. Could it be that there was something special about this half-saint weapon? They didn't know, but thinking about it, they should be able to see it soon. Buzz, in the sky, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation flickered, causing everyone to feel a sense of oppression. What's that? Everyone exclaimed when they saw a green ancient sword in Greenwood's hand. Its appearance was very simple and green light flowed on it. There were runes on it that flickered incomparably. A half-saint weapon. A terrifying half-saint weapon. Everyone exclaimed because only half-saint and saint weapons had runes on them. A half-saint weapon? Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He also had a half-saint weapon and more than one. He even had the saint's hand bone and the flower protector. It was just that he hadn't used them before. Seeing his opponent use a half-saint weapon, Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the 9-story pagoda appeared beside him. It emitted a terrifying aura. Another half-step saint tool had appeared. The two semi-sage tools surged in the sky. Dreadful Tao patterns flickered and formed an incomparably terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. Is this your trump card? But it's useless against me. Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the other party. Kid, you've underestimated me, and you've underestimated our Green Vine clan. Do you think this is just an ordinary half-saint tool? Today, I'll show you how powerful it is. Boom! Boom! As he spoke, the ancient azure sword in his hand suddenly blossomed with incomparable light, causing the surroundings to rapidly tremble. An extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. At this moment, everyone's blood surged, their faces pale, as if their bodies were penetrated. What a terrifying sword energy! This Qing Mu was actually a peerless sword king. Why do I feel that his sword aura isn't any weaker than Lin Xian's? Two great sword kings fighting? It was truly earth-shattering. Everyone discussed as they quickly retreated, because the aura in front of them was becoming more and more terrifying. It directly turned into a sky full of azure light that rushed into the 9 heavens and blasted out in all directions. The powerful figures of the 9 Li dynasty also raised their heads, their faces full of shock, because this sword energy was too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Within the city, the eyes of the archaic creatures also flickered. As expected of the Greenwood sword, it was indeed powerful. The archaic creatures of the Greenwood clan were even more proud. That was natural. With the Greenwood sword, it was enough to threaten the prides of the archaic royal family. It would definitely be able to kill that kid. Boom! The Greenwood sword slowly raised and then slashed forward. Suddenly, the entire world was distorted and endless azure light covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. At this moment, they couldn't see anything. They could only see the peerless sword light shining. Not good, Run. Some of the people who were too close were affected by the green sword light. They fled madly, but it was still too late. Some people were directly swept by the azure sword light, and their bodies were split into dozens of pieces. Some were directly pierced through and nailed to the ground. Some were cut into a bloody mist by the sword and no longer existed. It was too terrifying. These people were all experts, but at this moment, they couldn't even block the aftershock of the sword energy. On the human side, some of the saints frowned. No, was a half-saint artifact so powerful? One had to know that a half-saint artifact was very terrifying. Only some of the top invincible kings could use it at full strength. It would be difficult for them to use its full power in their hands. However, the half-saint artifact in the opponent's hand was too powerful. It was as if it wasn't used by a young genius, but by a sacred lord. What was going on? Damn it, this Qingting clan was really strange. No wonder they dared to use a half-saint artifact. These people's faces were gloomy, and they didn't know how Lin Xian would deal with it. In the middle ground, the princes of the dynasties had also come, and even the prince of the great Xia dynasty had also come. His eyes shone with a piercing light as he stared at the battle. He was also very curious about how Lin Xian would deal with it. Although he hadn't fought with Qingmu before, there was a very terrifying genius in the royal family who had fought with him. Although that genius wasn't as strong as him, he was also a very terrifying genius in the royal family. However, he still lost to Qingmu. It was the greenwood sword in the opponent's hand that had defeated the genius of the royal family. Therefore, the prince of the great Xia dynasty became very serious when facing the greenwood sword. Lin Xian was also surrounded by countless azure sword energy, and when it hit his body, it made sonorous, thunderous sounds. Endless fiery light pierced through the surroundings, forming one terrifying black hole after another. His eyes turned a terrifying golden color, as if they were going to devour people. Competing with sword energy? How interesting! He didn't expect that the opponent was also a sword king, and such a terrifying one at that. Coupled with this half-saint artifact, it was really terrifying. However, when had he ever been afraid of others in the sword Dao? Humph! With a cold snort, terrifying sword energy erupted from his body and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sword energy took the shape of a dragon and rushed into the sky as if 10,000 dragons were roaring. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, Lin Xian's figure became more and more resplendent. Even though there were thousands of azure sword lights, everyone could still see him clearly. At this moment, all the warriors, including the humans, the ancient creatures, and the older generation experts, looked up at the sky. Heavens, what was that? When they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Chapter 28-23. That's right, it was indeed Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. He seemed to have transformed into a peerless sword god. In front of him, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared and suppressed the surroundings. What was that? The ancient creatures in the distance screamed. Qingmu's pupils also constricted because he felt a terrifying aura from the dragon-shaped sword shadow. That aura could still pose a threat to him. The other human experts, saint sons, and geniuses all exclaimed in surprise. It was that dragon-shaped sword shadow again. They knew that Lin Xian had an extremely terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow. He had even gathered countless powers to split open the nest of 10,000 dragons. It could be said that it was extremely strange and terrifying. Until now, they still hadn't figured out what that dragon-shaped sword shadow was. However, that didn't stop them from being terrified of it. After Lin Xian displayed the dragon-shaped sword shadow, the aura on his body rose infinitely, and the entire world trembled with him. Tens of thousands of sword lights swept in all directions. Buzz! Lin Xian reached out his palm and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow. He waved his long sword and pointed it forward. Boom! 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 Dragon roars sounded one after another. In the distance, Qing Mu's body trembled, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He felt as if what his opponent was holding was not a sword, but a dragon. It was an incomparably terrifying dragon. Moreover, the dragon's might emitted from it suppressed his soul and bloodline. Damn it! Qing Mu's expression was extremely ugly. He originally thought that after he took out his Qing Mu sword, he could easily kill his opponent. However, he didn't expect his opponent to have such a terrifying thing. Moreover, it seemed to be even more terrifying than his Qing Mu sword. At this moment, his Qing Mu sword began to tremble rapidly, as if it couldn't resist at all. Everyone was terrified when they saw this. Even such a terrifying saint artifact couldn't resist it? This Lin Xian was really terrifying. No, damn it, I don't believe it. I can't lose to you. Qing Mu angrily roared. Green light blossomed from his body, and the Qing Mu sword in his hand emitted an incomparably sharp light. Around him, green vines quickly intertwined, crawling under his feet. Activating the power of his bloodline, a green plant appeared between his eyebrows, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, his strength had increased once again. Die for me! With a furious roar, tens of thousands of cyan sword lights crisscrossed, causing everyone to panic. The dreadful green sword light slashed out, and the heaven and earth were split into pieces. This was the power of a semi-sage tool. It was accompanied by countless Tao patterns in the sky. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly as he activated his sword soul and released a dragon-shaped sword chi. It was like a giant dragon dancing in the sky. The two sword chis collided in the air, erupting with unparalleled power. Boom! Boom! The sword light that filled the sky rumbled, tearing the 9 heavens and 10 earths apart. The impact of that energy caused all the surrounding experts to vomit blood. Their faces were filled with terror. It was too terrifying. Of these two people, one had an incomparably terrifying sword shadow that seemed no different from a true dragon. The other was able to use a semi-sage tool to such a terrifying extent, far surpassing the younger generation. It could be said that these two were both monsters. Even an invincible king wouldn't dare to casually step forward in such a battle. This was because a single shockwave was enough to kill them. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the two divine swords collided 9 times. The entire world was filled with countless large cracks. On the 9th collision, Qing Mu's arm was chopped off. The Qing Mu sword in his hand flew into the sky, trembling nonstop. Boom! As for Qing Mu, his expression was incomparably ugly. This was because not only his arm, but his entire body was also filled with cracks. His opponent's sword chi was too cold. Even if he could use a semi-sage tool to a terrifying extent, it was still very difficult for him to resist it. He found it hard to believe. Damn it! He quickly retreated. Countless vines intertwined on his body, forming a green sea in front of him to block the sword chi. The green vines surged, emitting an incomparably terrifying power. However, they only blocked it for an instant. In the next moment, all the vines were cut apart, turning into spirit chi that dissipated into the world. However, this was enough for Qing Mu. He had already retreated tens of thousands of miles away. Blood flowed wildly from his body. He was injured. Qing Mu was actually injured. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. This was especially so for the ancient creatures. They were extremely shocked. That was Qing Mu, who was incomparably powerful. Moreover, he had used the Qing Mu sword. One had to know that the Qing Mu sword had been nourished by Qing Mu's blood for many years. Although it was a semi-sage tool, Qing Mu could unleash energy that far surpassed what a young prodigy could use. It could be said that if other prodigies encountered Qing Mu, they wouldn't have any chance of survival. But now, Qing Mu was actually injured, while his opponent was completely unharmed. This was truly unbelievable. Damn it, What exactly was that dragon-shaped sword shadow? Could it be that it was also a semi-sage tool? Or could it be a sage tool? Impossible. With that kid's strength, he still couldn't use a complete sage tool. It should be a special kind of accompanying sacred artifact. The ancient creatures' faces were extremely gloomy. The human powerhouses were also discussing animatedly. Qing Mu was so angry that his entire body trembled. He had never felt that his life was in danger like today. He couldn't bear it anymore. In the next moment, he roared crazily. The green light flashed and healed all his wounds. Buzz. He was as good as new. Damn kid. I'll let you know the price of injuring me. Qing Mu once again walked over like a god fiend. What? He's as good as new? How did he do it? How terrifying is Lin Xian's sword qi? He's actually as good as new in an instant. Those people were extremely shocked. They only knew how terrifying Lin Xian's sword qi was. As long as one was hit by it, it would probably be very difficult to erase it. However, Qing Mu actually had such power. Even Lin Xian was extremely surprised. He narrowed his eyes. Qing Mu was actually able to destroy the indestructible aura of the great dragon sword soul. He had to admit that he was really surprised. At that moment, the dark red divine dragon transmitted its voice. Kid, he's from the Green Vine tribe. The vitality of the Green Vine tribe was extremely strong. It could be said that they were indestructible. As long as they had a drop of blood, they would be able to defeat Wuchu. That's their bloodline talent. You have to be careful. Bloodline talent? It's so magical. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. It seemed that Qing Mu's bloodline wasn't about combat strength, but recovery. That was beyond his expectations. It was the first time he had seen an ancient creature with such tenacious vitality. However, so what if it was tenacious? If a drop of blood could regenerate, then he would destroy all of Qing Mu's blood. I'll see how you're going to be reborn. Chapter 28-24. His opponent was indeed very powerful, and his regenerative ability was a headache for many prodigies. However, that was not a problem for Lin Mu. He had more than one way to kill Lin Mu. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and quickly charged out. The terrifying sword light exploded again. Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky one after another, spreading into the distance with terrifying and indestructible power. Kill! Qing Mu also charged forward. He released his bloodline power and swung the greenwood sword in his hand. The two of them clashed again. However, this time, Qing Mu was defeated even more miserably. His body was once again severed at the waist. Ah! I don't believe it. Heal! His bloodline power erupted, and his body healed once again with a powerful life force recovery ability. However, not long after, his body was cut open again. This time, he was cut into 4 pieces. Lin Xian looked down like a god fiend. Let's see how many times you can heal. As he spoke, the sword qi on his body became even more dazzling. Everyone was stunned when they saw that. He was too powerful. The terrifying prodigy of the Green Vine tribe was suppressed even when he used the greenwood sword. His body was cut open many times. If it were not for his strong regenerative ability, he would have been killed long ago. Even so, Qing Mu would not be able to hold on for long. After all, he only had a strong regenerative ability, but he was not truly immortal. As expected after the 20th recovery, Qing Mu's face was abnormally pale. His bloodline power had weakened, and he did not have much energy left in his body. After all, every time he recovered, he had to consume a large amount of bloodline power to resist the indestructible sword intent of the dragon sword soul. When he was cut open for the 21st time, Qing Mu's expression changed. Qing Mu's expression finally changed. He knew that the young man before him was stronger than him. He did not dare to continue fighting, because if he continued fighting, he would probably be killed here. Therefore, at the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, I'll let you be proud this time. The next time we meet, I'll definitely kill you with my sword." "Oh, As soon as he finished speaking, his body swayed and he quickly flew into the distance. Seeing that, everyone was shocked. Qingmu had escaped. Could it be that Qingmu had been defeated? Heavens, the terrifying Green Vine clan, a genius with such vigorous vitality, had actually been defeated. His opponent's sword chi was too terrifying. You want to leave? Can you leave? Lin Xian sneered as he watched the other party flee. Greenwood roared angrily. Damn brat, don't be too arrogant. Although your sword chi is terrifying, you won't be able to kill me in a short period of time. So quickly stop. Otherwise, don't blame me for going all out. Seeing that the other party was still intending to make a move, Qingmu roared furiously. He was already sullen enough after his defeat today. Now, his opponent wanted to continue hunting him down. How could he tolerate this? Do you think you're very strong? Do you think I can't kill you just because you're full of vitality? Do you think I only have sword techniques? Lin Xian sneered and quickly formed a seal with his palms. One after another, profound palm prints appeared. Soon, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the sky, looking down at the earth like a god. As soon as the golden eye appeared, the people below began to tremble. Their souls trembled, and they couldn't help but want to kowtow. Damn it, what is that? That was especially true for those ancient life forms. They were terrified. That pair of golden eyes was simply too cold. Greenwood also felt that he was enveloped by a strange energy. In the next moment, he screamed in pain. Not good. It was a soul attack. He screamed crazily. He didn't expect the other party to have such a terrifying method. His soul was ignited and burned crazily. The pain made him despair and terrified. Although he was from the Green Vine race and had strong recovery abilities that only referred to the recovery ability of the physical body, not the recovery ability of the soul. Therefore, once his soul was damaged, it would be very difficult for him to recover. He might even be killed. The heavenly secret divine eyes were too powerful. In addition, Lin Xian used it with all his might. The power of the soul burning made Greenwood unable to resist at all. Soon he fell from the sky. His eyes were empty. It was obvious that he had been killed. No. When the 10,000 ancient races saw this scene, they screamed crazily and rushed over. Especially the immemorial creatures of the Green Vine race. They roared crazily. After a round of investigation, they were dumbstruck. Greenwood was dead. Their clan's genius had actually been killed by someone. How was this possible? One had to know that Greenwood's physical body had been shattered more than 20 times, but he could still revive. He even had the strength to fight. Now his physical body was fine, but his soul was directly destroyed. Damn it, this kid was actually a soul expert. They couldn't accept this fact at all. The other immemorial creatures were also terrified when they saw this scene. The other party's methods were too strange, especially the soul attack. It was impossible to guard against. This made them extremely shocked. The human race's cultivators were also shocked. Dead, another primordial prodigy, had died. Lin Xian was too powerful. That's right. How many archaic prodigies had been killed already? He was too dazzling. It would be difficult for him to live long. Some people had grave expressions. Indeed, Lin Xian was too dazzling. Such a human prodigy would definitely cause the 10,000 ancient races to be wary. It probably wouldn't be long before the true powerhouses of the 10,000 ancient races arrived and secretly killed Lin Xian to prevent future troubles. In truth, the human race's experts guessed correctly. After the 10,000 ancient races received this news, they immediately began to secretly discuss. This youth was too unusual. He probably had the potential to become a young great emperor. They didn't expect that there would be someone besides a saint physique with such terrifying strength. He had to be eliminated. Otherwise, if he was allowed to grow, he would become an unimaginable enemy. The elders and experts of the 10,000 ancient races discussed and decided to immediately eliminate Lin Xian. Although Lin Xian was strong and had heaven-defying talent, he was different from Yi Dao Denier. Behind Yi Dao Denier stood the primordial aristocratic families. They had extreme weapons that could suppress everything. For the time being, they didn't dare to make a move. After all, if they angered the Yi family, and the Yi family activated their extreme weapons, the 10,000 ancient races wouldn't be able to resist. Only the theocrats would be able to resist. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, they didn't dare to make a move against Yi Dao Denier, unless no one had a handle on him. But Lin Xian was different. Although he was also the master of Immortal Palace, they hadn't heard that Immortal Palace had any extreme weapons. So what if Immortal Palace was angry if they killed him? The 10,000 ancient races were powerful. How could they fear Immortal Palace? For a time, several true experts of the 10,000 ancient races moved. Their target was Lin Xian. Chapter 28-25. After Lin Xian killed the prodigy of the Green Vine race, Qingmu, he went on his way. Next, he killed 2 more primordial prodigies. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Everyone, especially the primordial prodigies, was in a state of panic because the other party was too powerful. The humans were also shocked. They guessed that Lin Xian should have the strength of the primordial royal race. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill so many primordial prodigies. A royal prodigy? It was really shocking. The faces of the older generation were filled with amazement. Lin Xian, you brat, wash your neck and wait for me to kill you. At this moment, a shocking piece of news came from the horizon. In an instant, the world was shocked. Who dared to say such words at a time like this? Heaven, it was the primordial royal race. The primordial royal race was about to make a move. Everyone was shocked because they realized that the person who said that was from the South Sea Divine Crocodile race. The South Sea Divine Crocodile race had just recovered recently and was extremely powerful, surpassing the primordial race like the Silver Lightning race. It was a lineage of the primordial royal race. And this time, the person who said that was a prodigy of the South Sea Divine Crocodile race was the primordial royal race, finally going to make a move on Lin Xian. In 7 days, I'll be waiting for you at the Sunset Peak. Lin Xian said so. He took the Black Master to the Sunset Peak. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really dare to accept the challenge. It was really a shocking battle. A golden age. A peerless prodigy. Who was stronger, the humans or the primordial royal race? Everyone was shocked. The primordial creatures were also interested and headed to the Dawnfall Peak. As for the humans, they swarmed over in droves. Even Yi Wudao, the prince of the Great Xia dynasty, the Alcade sage, and the others rushed over. Many primordial races had come out, but this was the first time that a primordial royal race prodigy was fighting in front of everyone. Perhaps this was an extremely good opportunity to obtain information, to investigate and sense just what level of strength the prides of the ancient royal family had reached. The words of the 2 prodigies shook the world, and countless experts gathered at the Sunset Peak. Lin Xian took the Black Master and arrived at the Sunset Peak early. Although the Sunset Peak was only a mountain, it was incomparably vast and stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. In the surrounding mountains, countless figures were flickering. Lin Xian chose the highest peak and sat cross-legged, absorbing the essence of heaven, earth, sun and moon, and cultivated silently. To be honest, he was really looking forward to the Sunset Peak. The first 6 days had been very quiet. Although there were more and more people around, no one made a ruckus. They were all patiently waiting. On the 7th day, an extremely terrifying whistling sound suddenly came from the horizon. Following that, a large number of projections fell from the sky, as if dark clouds were pressing down. Along with it was an extremely terrifying aura that overflowed into the heavens. Here it comes. At this moment, all of the martial artists and ancient life forms in the surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles of mountain range opened their eyes and looked up into the distance. Son at Lin Xian, you brat, you really dared to come. A cold laugh came from the sky. The sound shattered the world. The ground cracked, the sky was pierced, and black holes appeared one after another. How terrifying! Just an aura was enough to create such a terrifying scene. Was this the power of the Sunset Peak Race's prodigy? It was really too terrifying. There were probably not many people in the younger generation who could compete with him. Everyone was trembling, especially the human martial artists who were terrified. The 10,000 ancient races were simply too strong. Even the primordial life forms were stunned. But soon they clenched their fists. Great, the Sunset Peak Race's prodigy has made his move. This time we must kill him. That's right. What emperor of the human race? In front of the 10,000 ancient races, he's just an ant-like existence. Just you wait. This time, you humans will lose without a doubt. These ancient creatures were very arrogant. They were high and mighty, and no human race cultivators dared to step into their territory. Everyone fell silent when they heard this, because they didn't know what the final outcome of this battle would be. However, Lin Xian's supporters quickly counterattacked. What's so great about that? That's right, it's not the first time I've heard this. Previously, your Sunset Peak Race's prodigies were also very arrogant, but weren't they still killed by our god Lin Xian? What did you say? You're courting death. The ancient creatures were enraged. Lin Xian's supporters snorted coldly. What's wrong? You've been killed, but you won't let us say anything. You ancient creatures are too domineering. That's right. Don't be arrogant here if you have the ability. Go and compete with God Lin Xian. Let's see if you can block his sword energy. You're courting death. Several ancient creatures were enraged on the spot. They reached out with their palms, covering the sky and the sun. They were like ancient demonic mountains that pressed down. They wanted to crush those who spoke into pieces. The human race cultivators were terrified. The other party was too terrifying. In an instant, their bodies stiffened. Of course, there were also people who roared and used their artifacts, preparing to fight to the death. Just as the battle was about to erupt, a cold snort was heard. A golden light in the sky cut through the void like a sharp sword, blocking everyone. Watch the battle carefully. A cold voice sounded. There were only a few words, but everyone's scalp went numb, and they didn't dare to say anything else. Even the ancient creatures were stunned. They seemed to have a feeling of suffocation. This kind of feeling only appeared when they faced the ancient royal family. Damn it, who is it? They looked up at the sky. In the sky, there was a golden figure. It was the human race's Saint Physique. Instead, it was Leaf Daudenier. A wisp of light on his body directly suppressed those people. This was especially true for suppressing these ancient creatures. Those ancient creatures withdrew their power and didn't attack again. On the other side, the human race cultivators also breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Wudao is here. He's really strong. As expected of Eastern Sage, he's so powerful that just a wisp of his aura can suppress those ancient creatures. It's really a golden age. On the other side, a whistling sound rang out. The chaotic chi in the sky flickered, turning into a terrifying chaotic light. It carried a peerless beauty and slowly descended. Saint of all beginnings. It's her. This woman is getting more and more terrifying. Everyone discussed again. Tao can be spoken, but it's not Tao. Accompanied by an ethereal voice, a majestic figure descended. There were mysterious runes flickering around him one after another. It was really terrifying. Tao Yi Sage, everyone exclaimed. The pupils of those ancient creatures also shrank. The appearance of these human sky prides was simply too terrifying. Chaotic chi and innate Tao patterns had both appeared. It was really shocking. It wasn't over yet. After the saint of all beginnings, Tao Yi Sage, and the others, several more figures descended from the sky. They were all human prodigies. Chapter 28-26. That person was none other than the Alcade Saint. The other person had the phantom of a phoenix on her body, suppressing the primordial creatures, causing their blood to freeze. Damn it, what a strong bloodline power. How could the human race have such a bloodline? They were shocked as they looked at the figure in horror. That figure was incomparably flickering. Her body was surrounded by a terrifying light, leaving behind a faint phantom of a phoenix that circled around her. The other human martial artists also exclaimed in surprise. The Jade Lake Saintess! The Jade Lake Saintess had arrived. Rumor had it that she had a mysterious bloodline, but they didn't expect it to be the Phoenix bloodline. Yes, it couldn't be done in the past, but now that the 10,000 ancient races had appeared, the Jade Lake Saintess bloodline had finally reappeared in the world. It was the incomparably terrifying Phoenix bloodline. That's right, the person who had arrived was Morong Chinching. Her Phoenix bloodline was fully activated at this moment, causing her strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. Sister Chinching. On the other side, purple clouds churned. A beautiful woman rode on a purple cloud and descended quickly. She was like a fairy in the mortal world. Saint Zixia, heavenly spiritual body. She actually had a heavenly spiritual body. Among the primordial creatures, several primordial geniuses screamed as if they had seen a ghost. The humans were also astonished. What? Saint Zixia actually had a heavenly spiritual body. Heavens. The heavenly spiritual body was similar to the Tao body. It was close to heaven and earth, not weaker than the heavenly spiritual body. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Xin Jingqiu to have a terrifying heavenly spiritual body. This Lin Xian was really heaven-defying. His two little female companions actually had such terrifying physiques. Everyone naturally knew the relationship between Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Lin Xian. This made everyone speechless because Lin Xian himself had the 9-yang divine body, and his sword qi was terrifying. The people around him were also terrifying. That dark red snake wasn't a snake, but a dragon. The two female companions beside him both had heaven-defying physiques, and he even had a friend like Yi Wudao. It could be said that he was really strong to the peak. However, there were older generation figures who shook their heads and sighed. Things that were too hard were easy to break. Perhaps this time, this Lin Xian of Zhonghuang was really in danger. The other holy sons, holy daughters, and sky prides fell silent. The archaic creatures sneered again and again. In the sky, the huge projections became more and more terrifying. They were like ancient demonic mountains that pressed down in all directions. Those who were weaker could not withstand it at all. Their bodies trembled, and even the saints and geniuses turned pale. Boom! Boom! The terrifying dark clouds churned and tore apart as a giant head poked out. The head was larger than a mountain, and its terrifying eyes were emitting a merciless light. He stared at the human warriors below. This time around, quite a number of saints and geniuses have come. However, you bunch of trash are really unable to withstand a single blow from me. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed downwards. This palm was simply too terrifying. It covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles. As it pressed down, the void collapsed completely. Boom! 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 The 5-element saint and 10,000 thunder saint were sent flying while vomiting blood. The freedom saint was also sent flying. It was too terrifying. These holy sons and holy daughters were originally the top sky prides of the human race. However, at this moment, they were nothing in front of the archaic royal sky prides. What a bunch of trash. The Silver Lightning tribe, Fire Cloud tribe, and Tingo tribes, sky pride sneered. The human race's faces were extremely ugly. Damn it, they were too arrogant. The other party actually dared to attack their sky prides. Yi Wudao, the Alcade Saint, the great Xia Prince Wuqin, and the others snorted coldly. Their eyes emitted a cold light as if they were about to attack. However, at this moment, a few more terrifying lights came from the sky. Buzz! A blood-red moon appeared in the sky. dyeing the entire sky blood red. The light emitted by the moon chilled everyone's hearts, and even their blood froze. "Not good, it's another archaic royal," the human race exclaimed. They knew that it was the Blood Moon tribe, which was also an archaic royal. It seemed that the sky prides of the Blood Knight tribe had also come out. The archaic creatures trembled, and many of them even prostrated themselves on the ground. They had no choice, as they had to submit to the royal family. The blood-red moon in the sky rotated slowly, emitting a terrifying aura. One of the rays flew towards the Reverence Moon Saint, courting death. The Reverence Moon Saint's face changed instantly, but soon he roared. He would fight even if it meant risking the honor of the Reverence Moon sect. How could he escape in front of so many human sky prides and experts? With a furious roar, he unleashed all of his power without holding back. A full moon also appeared behind her. The source of the Reverence Moon sect's power was the moon. Therefore, they cultivated the moon technique. At this moment, the full moon behind him collided with the blood-red moon. With a loud boom, heaven and earth shook. Countless large cracks appeared on the ground. Puff! The Reverence Moon Saint vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fainted. The full moon that he had unleashed was smashed to pieces. The blood-red moon was completely undamaged. The rays of light on it became even more demonic. What? He couldn't even block a single attack? The human race cultivators were terrified. The people of the Reverence Moon cult cried out in alarm and hurriedly rescued the Reverence Moon Holy Sun. Everyone's face turned ugly. The Reverence Moon Saint couldn't even block a single attack from the other party. Was the gap between them that big? These people were filled with despair. Hee, there were so many of them. How many of them would die in this battle? It would be best if all of them died. All of your souls are mine. The surrounding people trembled. Such a strange voice rang in their ears, and it made their scalps go numb. Even the archaic creatures were terrified. The sky prides of the Blue Devil tribe had come. Damn it, don't kill me. They were terrified. There was no other way. The Blue Devil tribe was an archaic royal family, and they were cruel by nature. They loved to collect soul stones. Those who were targeted by them, whether they were humans, demons, or 10,000 archaic races, could not escape. It could be said that they were a terrifying god of death. TSK, a bunch of trash. A disdainful voice rang out. A blue figure appeared in the sky and confronted the blood-red moon. The other party did not emit any strange scene. He just stood there. His entire body was blue, as if he was made of blue crystal. His face was ferocious like a demon. There was a horn on his head and a pair of blue wings on his back. In his left hand he held a black, demonic banner, and in his right hand was a trident. His body emitted a biting cold aura that could make people faint at a glance. He was the sky prides of the Blue Devil tribe. At this moment, the sky was divided into 3 parts. One part was blood-red, and the blood-red moon was rotating slowly. The other part was the sky prides of the Blue Devil tribe. The last part was pitch-black clouds. A head was ferocious and let out a terrifying roar. Chapter 28-27. The 3 sky prides of the far ancient royals were chatting in the sky, but the aura they emitted shocked everyone. Was the Blood Moon clan that powerful? Take my fist. Below, Yi Wudao's body suddenly erupted with a fierce golden light, and a golden fist blasted towards the sky. You're courting death. An angry voice rang out, and the blood-colored moon in the sky spun crazily. Then it came crashing down with the force of Mount Tai. Boom! When the 2 of them collided, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A violent storm spread out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. Not good, Dodge. Screams rang out. They were too close and they were about to be killed. At this moment, some of the elders of the Holy Lands took out their bejeweled weapons and worked together to form a light screen. Only then did they manage to protect everyone. Otherwise, just the aftermath of this energy would be enough to kill most of the people present. They were saved. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky. They wanted to see the result. Yi Wudao retracted his fist and said indifferently, "The Blood Moon clan was nothing more than this." He stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. The blood-colored moon in the sky spun continuously, and the terrifying killing intent was getting more and more terrifying. Amitabha, he wasn't the only one who moved. Dustless also chanted Buddhist scriptures and stood up. Buddhist light bloomed from his body as he stared at the sky pride of the Blue Devil clan. "Little monk, how dare you have designs on me? I'll take your soul away today." The sky pride of the Blue Devil clan laughed sinisterly. The soul-summoning banner in his hand moved quickly. Suddenly, countless vengeful spirits appeared, and a terrifying voice rang out. Everyone's scalps went numb, as if their souls were about to be pierced. Buzz, the living fossil elder, took out a treasure and froze it in midair. Only then was he able to protect everyone. Dustless faced all this with a calm expression. His fingers moved quickly, and all the light energy was stuck to his fingertip. It formed a very beautiful flower. Flower pinching finger, a Buddhist grand mystique. Many people screamed. The flower pinching finger was too terrifying, and it could destroy all attacks. As expected, the attack of the Blue Devil clan Sky Pride was destroyed by the flower pinching finger. What a strange mystique. The genius from the Blue Devil clan also frowned. Although it was just a simple move, he could sense how terrifying his opponent was. In the blink of an eye, the two royals were glaring at Leaf, Daudenier, Dustless, and the others. The two of them were still fearless as they confronted each other. The atmosphere in the sky became more and more tense. The elders and experts of the human race joined forces to set up a formation that covered a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles to protect the lives of the spectators. Otherwise, no one would dare to watch such a shocking battle. These people were all experts from the great sects of the Holy Lands. The array that they brought out was truly terrifying. It could definitely protect everyone. In the sky, the giant head of the Southern Sea crocodile god also turned. He said, "Gentlemen, give me some face today. After I kill that brat, the two of you can make your move." The Sky Pride of the Blood Moon clan nodded coldly. The Sky Pride of the Blue Devil clan also smiled. Fine. I'll give you face today and let you fight first." Their figures swayed. They stood on the clouds and looked down. Leaf, Daudenier, and Dustless retracted their gazes. Dustless chanted Amitabha and retreated as well. The two of them were still fearless. No matter when the battle started, they were ready to fight. However, now wasn't the time for them to make a move. Their gazes pierced through the clouds and looked into the distance. At the peak of the mountain, there was a young figure sitting cross-legged. Lin Xian sat on the peak with his eyes closed. His hands were forming hand seals, and his robes fluttered as if he were asleep. Endless spiritual energy was inhaled and exhaled with every breath he took. What had happened earlier didn't affect his cultivation. It was as if he'd already transcended the mortal world. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. The Sky Pride of the Southern Sea crocodile god clan did the same. He slowly turned his giant head and stared at the mountain below. "Kid, don't you think it's too late for you to cultivate now?" Two piercing rays of light shot out of his eyes, transforming into two flying swords that pierced through the void and shot toward Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of Lin Xian. With a loud boom, the space around Lin Xian shattered rapidly. More than 10 large black holes appeared, bobbing up and down. However, Lin Xian still didn't react. He sat there as if he'd really fallen asleep. However, the mountain below him and himself weren't hurt at all. In fact, the two flying swords stopped when they were 1 meter away from him, as if they were caught by a pair of invisible hands. This scene stunned the Southern Sea crocodile god clan, and the others frowned. Buzz, Lin Xian opened his eyes. Stars flickered in his eyes as he looked forward. Instantly, the two flying swords turned into dust and scattered between heaven and earth. In the next moment, he stood up slowly, shook his robes, looked around, and said calmly, "I'll be cultivating every day at this time. It won't change just because you're here. All right, you can attack now." Lin Xian's voice was soft, but everyone heard it clearly. This scene shocked everyone, especially the archaic creatures. Their faces were filled with shock. He would be cultivating every day, and it wouldn't change just because an archaic paragon had arrived. This meant that Lin Xian didn't care about this battle at all. He was treating it as if nothing had happened. That's impossible. Shouldn't he be nervous and afraid? Damn it. This brat must be hiding something. The archaic creatures sneered. The humans were also shocked. It seemed that Lin Xian was full of confidence. "Brat, stop hiding. Don't pretend to be calm. I know you're scared now, because you're facing no one else but me. I'm the paragon of the archaic royal family. There's no way you can defeat me." The Southern Sea Crocodile God Clan's voice was cold and emotionless. "I know that you're Lin Xian, one of the top paragons of the human race. You have the honor of the human race on your shoulders. Therefore, you can't run. You have to fight. However, I advise you to obediently admit defeat. You'll lose your honor, and you'll still be able to keep your life. However, if you fight me, you won't even be able to keep your life. What's the use of your honor then? So kneel down and kowtow to me. I'll spare your life." The Southern Sea Crocodile God Clan seemed to have turned into a king, controlling the life and death of others. When the archaic creatures heard this, they laughed out loud. "Did you hear that? Brat, kneel down and beg for mercy. You're just an ant. How can you be a match for the archaic royal family?" Chapter 28:28. Humph! A cold voice came from the sky. Lin Xian took a step forward and stood in the sky. "Beg you for mercy? You think too much. Today, I'll tell you that the human race cannot be bullied. Tit for tat." Although the two of them didn't roar crazily, the smell of gunpowder was very strong. One of them was a high and mighty royal genius who wanted to trample the human race under his feet and never make a comeback. The other was a human genius who carried the reputation and hope of the human race. The meaning and impact of the battle between the two of them was very far-reaching. Therefore, at this moment, countless pairs of eyes were watching from the sky. Even the sacred leader sects, supreme elders, and ancient powerhouses were watching. Although they weren't at the scene personally, they were watching from afar through array formations and various secret techniques. It could be said that the entire world was paying attention to this battle. "Reckless guy, I'll let you know the consequences of going against me." The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile Clan's genius. He revealed a sinister smile. There was no point in saying anything more. "Let's fight." Lin Xian's body also emitted a biting cold light. The 9-yang divine body burned like the sun. Boom, 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 buzz. In the sky, the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile Clan finally couldn't help but attack. He stretched out a palm. This palm was too terrifying. It was like the palm of a giant spirit god. It carried a terrifying energy that pierced through heaven and earth and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face was cold as he stood in the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an eternal being. The sword qi on his body also rushed out quickly. Rays of sword light shot into the sky. Clang, 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 clang. The shock wave alone shattered the clouds in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword qi were blasted away and scattered in all directions. However, the giant spirit's palm was also blocked in midair and couldn't descend any further. This scene caused everyone to cry out in surprise. They were evenly matched. The human race cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. The ancient creatures' faces were gloomy. Damn it, he can actually fight against a royal genius. How is this possible? Brat, you have some ability. You were actually able to block my palm. However, it's a pity that I didn't use all of my strength in that palm strike." The southern sea divine crocodile sneered. "Is that so? No need to laugh. In a moment, you will discover that even if you use all your strength, you still won't be able to shake me in the slightest." Lin Xian's voice was steady, but the sword light on his body had become even more piercingly cold. The ancient dragon abyss sword was also pulled out by him. The terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions, as if a huge dragon had been awakened. "You're courting death." The other party's arrogant attitude had truly angered him. The southern sea godly crocodile roared and struck out with his palm again. This time, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. It was as if a demonic god had gone mad. Heaven and earth shattered, experiencing a great destruction. Fortunately, the surroundings were still enveloped by the formation. Otherwise, such a terrifying attack would have long sunk the mountain range of hundreds of thousands of miles. As for the warriors below, other than those at the very top, the rest would be killed. "Kill!" Lin Xian roared and executed the yin-yang 8 steps. Along with the terrifying ancient sword, he charged forward. Sword after sword split the heavens and earth, colliding with the huge palms and exploding with unparalleled power. The two of them exchanged blows quickly, shaking the heavens and the earth. In the sky, the huge body rotated, and every strike could kill an elite. Even the unrivaled kings didn't dare to get close. However, Lin Xian was able to deal with it calmly. His speed was simply too fast, so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes. Very few people were able to capture his movements. The others couldn't see it clearly at all. They could only see huge cracks appearing one after another. The southern sea godly crocodile roared crazily. In an instant, thousands of attacks had landed on his body. Every attack landed on his body, causing his blood to churn and his bones to tremble. "Damn it!" With a roar, the dark clouds in the sky churned. His huge body shrunk rapidly and finally became a human figure. He had a human crocodile head and looked extremely ferocious. In his hands he held 2 huge axes. As he waved them around, his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. Lin Xian's body swayed and retreated a few thousand miles away. He sneered. "Aren't you the southern sea godly crocodile? Why did you transform into a human? Didn't you look down on us humans? Why? Don't you have confidence in your own body? If that's the case, you can submit to the human race in the future. I can teach you a few skills." Damn it! The southern sea godly crocodile was about to go crazy. Smoke was coming out of his head. There was nothing he could do about it. Previously, his body was too big, and his opponent's speed was too fast. Especially those sword chi. They directly broke through his pressure and charged towards him. The blood in his body was churning, and his bones were about to break. That was why he shrunk his body and transformed into a human. That way, no matter how fast his opponent was, he might not be able to hurt him. However, his opponent took advantage of that and mocked him. He couldn't refute that. That was because he was indeed in his human form. Therefore, he could only rush over with bloodshot eyes and 2 giant axes in his hands. The axes fell, splitting the sky and earth. The sky was filled with axe shadows, making one feel despair. At the same time, his terrifying crocodile head opened from time to time and spat out balls of energy storms. Lin Xian, on the other hand, swung his long sword to fight back. The axe shadows that filled the sky were all destroyed by the sword light, and the energy storms were blown away by his punch. "Show me your ultimate move. This attack can't threaten me," Lin Xian said coldly as he swung his sword again and knocked back his opponent's axes. The southern sea godly crocodile snorted. His eyes shone with a piercing light. He knew that it was time to use his ultimate move. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to do anything to his opponent. Everyone held their breaths. The immemorial creatures were also shocked. In the sky, the prodigies of the Blood Knight clan and the Blue Demon clan also had solemn expressions. To think that this Lin Xian of the human race would be this formidable. However, they didn't care. From the looks of it, the southern sea crocodile god hadn't used his full strength yet. When he used his ultimate move, Lin Xian probably wouldn't be able to fight back. Buzz! As the southern sea crocodile god's aura exploded, the void behind him cracked open, forming a terrifying crack. It connected the 9 heavens and the earth, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Whoosh! Endless light spewed out from that crack. Then a blurry figure walked out of the crack as if it had traveled through time. It was emitting an aura, the shadow of the crocodile ancestor. It was the shadow of the crocodile ancestor. Many archaic creatures screamed. Even the 2 prodigies, Blood Moon and Blue Devil, were stunned. Chapter 28-29. It seemed like the Southern Sea divine crocodile was truly enraged. He wanted to kill Lin Fan. Shuiyu sneered. Lan Mo revealed a sinister smile as well. If he dies, his soul will be mine. The 2 of them sneered because they believed that Lin Xian was no match for the Southern Sea divine crocodile. The people of the human race were astonished. The aura of that figure was simply too terrifying. It was even scarier than the Southern Sea divine crocodile himself. Even the older generation figures felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! The power of the Southern Sea divine crocodile's bloodline was too strong. What he summoned was an ancestral awakening phantom. Lin Xian frowned as well. It wasn't his first time seeing an ancestral awakening phantom. The last time he saw it, it was the War Tribe's prodigy who summoned the War Tribe's old ancestor. But this time the ancestral awakening phantom summoned by the Southern Sea divine crocodile was even more terrifying. It seemed like the ancestral awakening phantom had something to do with the power of one's bloodline and one's own strength. His guess was right. The stronger one's bloodline power was, the stronger one's cultivation would be, and the more powerful the atavistic shadow would be. Hee kid, go to hell. After summoning the ancestral awakening phantom, the Southern Sea divine crocodile revealed a sinister smile as he swung his axe down. The ancestral awakening phantom behind him did the same. Boom! With the support of the ancestral awakening phantom, the power of the axe was terrifying. It could split heaven and earth, and its power was much stronger than before. The entire place was shrouded in a layer of terrifying aura, causing everyone to tremble. Even those pillars began to tremble violently. Heavens, what was this thing? How could it be so terrifying? Damn it, this guy was too terrifying. Was this the strength of a royal prodigy? He had hidden so much of his strength before this. Was Lin Xian in danger? When the axe fell, the people below cried out in surprise. They felt that the axe was simply too powerful. Even invincible kings couldn't withstand it, and the older generation figures couldn't take it either. Would Lin Xian be able to withstand it? Even Yi Wudao, the Alcade sage, Dustless, and the others had serious expressions. Ancestral awakening phantom? Let's see if your shadow is stronger or my dragon shadow is stronger. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Boom! He directly summoned the great dragon sword soul, and a dragon shadow appeared in front of him, circling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The terrifying aura caused the entire world to tremble. Even the huge axe in the sky had stopped moving, as if it had entered a quagmire. Its speed was terrifyingly slow. Damn it, what is this thing? As of this moment, the faces of Leaf Daudenier, Sage Sun Alcade, Dustless, the Blood Moon clan, the Blue Devil clan, and the Heavenly Sect all flickered. This was especially true for the ancient creature. It was so terrified that it couldn't help but tremble. Damn it, hold it in. These people roared crazily, but they realized that they couldn't control their bodies. Even their souls were being suppressed. The blood moon in the celestial palace quickly bloomed with light, wanting to crush everything. The prodigy of the Blue Devil clan also had a serious expression on his face. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another. They were also resisting this force. Damn it, that's a dragon. Their faces turned ugly. They didn't expect the other party to have such means. On the other side, the southern sea crocodile god's expression also changed. He felt a great sense of danger from the dragon's shadow, as if it could threaten his life. Damn it, this kid also has bloodline power, and it's related to dragons. How is this possible? He was too shocked. Dragons were the royal family. They were even more terrifying. However, other than the nest of 10,000 dragons, only some dragons were related to dragons. How could this human in front of him be related to dragons? He really couldn't understand. Buzz! Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed out, causing the entire sky to tremble. The ground was directly pierced through. The mountains trembled. The sun and moon lost their light, and even the arrays dimmed, as if they would shatter at any moment. Damn it, get lost! The southern sea crocodile god roared, and the giant axe in his hand fell again, turning into mountains that fell from the sky. Boom! The two's attack was earth-shattering. Even with the protection of the array, many people vomited blood and were sent flying. There was nothing they could do. These two were too terrifying. After the attack, the two of them retreated. However, it was obvious that the southern sea crocodile god retreated further. His arm was numb, and the giant axe in his hand almost fell out of his hand. This made it difficult for him to be confident. Could it be that the other party's strength was stronger than his? Damn it, I don't believe it. True Tai water. Go to hell. He roared, and the sky above his head spun rapidly, forming a huge vortex. Then there was a rumbling sound, and terrifying black seawater fell from the sky, covering the entire sky. It whistled and swept toward Lin Xian. A drop of true Tai water could crush the void. At this moment, the true Tai water had turned into an ocean, and its power was incomparably terrifying. Even the expressions of the older generation changed. Damn it, strengthen the array. They attacked crazily. Fortunately, there were enough human powerhouses this time, and they brought enough treasures. That was why the array could withstand it. Otherwise, if the true Tai water fell, everything within 1,000,000 miles would be reduced to nothingness. Blazing sun! Lin Xian stood in the void, activating the Nine-Yang Divine Constitution to the extreme. Balls of Nine-Yang Divine Fire danced on his body. At this moment, he was like the sun, emitting a dazzling light. It was so dazzling that those people could not open their eyes. Some people even wanted to force themselves to look, but their eyes bled and they screamed on the ground. The sun-like divine fire shone in all directions, spreading in all directions. It collided with the true Tai water, and there was an intense sound of fighting. Suddenly, white smoke rose between heaven and earth. The Nine-Yang Divine Constitution was the most masculine body. Lin Xian had cultivated it using all kinds of natural treasures and terrifying methods. Although he had only reached the second level, its power was still terrifying. The Nine-Yang Divine Fire that he carried was truly terrifying. Even the true Tai water could not break it. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky, and it looked like the end of the world. Outside was endless black seawater that shook heaven and earth. Inside, there was a terrifying divine fire that directly enveloped Lin Xian. It made it impossible for the true Tai water to get close. Those that got close were all evaporated into white vapor, turning into clouds that drifted between heaven and earth. True Tai water? It was only SOO. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. He used the Yin-Yang 8 steps and charged forward. His body was covered in the Nine-Yang Divine Fire, and he slashed forward. Coupled with the power of the great dragon sword soul, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 28:30. Whoosh! In the sky, the true Tai water was mercilessly torn apart and retreated to the sides. Lin Xian had already arrived beside the South Sea Divine Crocodile. He stretched out his hand like the hand of a god and grabbed forward. His fingers were like a long dragon, carrying terrifying divine fire and sword chi. They directly enveloped the South Sea divine crocodile's head. He wanted to crush the crocodile's head. Seeing this scene, the South Sea divine crocodile was scared out of his wits. He roared angrily and quickly dodged. However, the palm was too cold. He couldn't completely dodge it. Although he avoided the vital part of his head, half of his body was still covered. Uft! One of his arms was grabbed by Lin Xian's hand and immediately torn off. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. The South Sea divine crocodile let out a miserable roar. His body swayed and tore apart the starry clouds in the sky. However, he couldn't stop the fact that his arm was torn off. He retreated crazily. His eyes were bloodshot, and he emitted a terrifying, murderous aura. Everyone around was stunned when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe it at all. In particular, the archaic creatures were even more stunned. The South Sea divine crocodile was injured. How was that possible? That was an archaic royal. Moreover, he had even summoned an atavism projection. How powerful was that? But now, one of his arms had been torn off. That kid was too terrifying. His attack power was so strong. The prodigies of the Blood Moon clan had ugly expressions. The prodigies of the Blue Demons also had flickering eyes. Yi, Wu Dao Wuchen, the Yaoguang sage, and the others also had solemn expressions. The stars in their eyes flickered as they deduced Lin Xian's movement technique and the timing of his attack. That's great. Big brother Lin Xian is awesome. On the other side, Xin Jingqiu cheered happily. Murong Qingqing also smiled. She knew that brother Xian wouldn't lose. The others discussed animatedly. Too powerful, as expected of the Central Emperor. That's great. Lin Xian, kill him. That's right. Next time, I'll grab his head and let him be arrogant again. Lin Xian's supporters cheered wildly. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I want you dead. The Southern Sea godly crocodile was so angry that he went crazy. Killing intent surged from his body, piercing through the clouds. Blood gushed out of the severed arm as a new arm grew out. However, even though his body had recovered, the pain in his heart and his overflowing killing intent could not be extinguished. He had to personally tear this despicable brat to shreds. Lin Xian threw away the arm in his hand. Then the 9 suns divine fire pounced on it and burned it completely. He looked ahead and sneered. Was this the strength of a primordial royal genius? That was all there was to it. What right do you have to be so arrogant towards the human race? Like I said, the human race is not a pity. If you don't pay a price today, don't even think about leaving. At the end of his speech, the sword aura on Lin Xian's body suddenly erupted, transforming into an azure dragon that soared into the clouds. This scene was too terrifying. Tens of thousands of sword shadows circled around his body. There was a world-destroying crisis. Tyrant fist of the firmament. On the other side, the Southern Sea crocodile god charged over once again. His eyes were red, and when he blinked, there was a terrifying killing intent. This punch was so powerful that it could swallow mountains and rivers. It was as if a god fiend had been revived. Not only that, the shadow behind him also threw out a punch. When the two forces merged together, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was enough to destroy everything. The entire place was trembling as a terrifying force surged out from it. At this moment, the Southern Sea crocodile god seemed to have transformed into a god fiend, looking down on the earth. The crowd trembled once again. Although the Southern Sea crocodile god was being suppressed, there were no signs of him losing. In the end, it was still not certain who would emerge victorious in this battle. The tyrant fist of the firmament was an extremely domineering fist technique. When the Southern Sea crocodile god executed it, it was definitely terrifying. I don't believe that the brat can block it. The Blood Knight clan's genius said softly. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Tyrant fist of the firmament. It was indeed a good fist technique. Lin Xian exclaimed. This fist technique was even more domineering than the divine fighting fist that he had obtained. It was even more violent, as expected of the far ancient royal clan. But so what? He had to win this battle. Thinking of this, his eyes shone with a cold light. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. As he waved his hands, endless sword light surrounded him. Then it turned into a shadow and charged forward. The shadow flipped its mouth in the sky along with the palm. Then it appeared in the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the far ancient beasts' eyelids twitched. They were stunned on the spot. The southern sea crocodile god was so angry that he vomited blood. That damned brat. He had gone too far. He was furious because Lin Xian had used his sword Qi to form a crocodile. It was a huge crocodile that was exactly the same as his original body. How dare he use his original body to attack him? The southern sea crocodile god was furious. He swore that he would make Lin Xian suffer a fate worse than death. Kid, do you think that you can defeat me like this? You've underestimated me. The southern sea crocodile god roared. The tyrant fist of the firmament became even more terrifying. He would not be affected by such provocation. However, he was wrong. Lin Xian was not provoking him. Instead, he was using the great dragon sword soul to simulate all the power to attack. The crocodile's shadow was extremely terrifying. It was like an ancient demon mountain that rampaged in the sky and collided with the tyrant fist of the firmament. The void trembled and distorted. Then it shattered, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands were filled with wind and clouds. The terrifying fist blocked the crocodile's shadow. The tyrant fist of the firmament was broken. Damn it! How can it be so powerful? The southern sea crocodile god kept retreating with an ugly expression. For a moment, he even felt that he was not facing a human, but a prodigy of his own race. Damn it, this is too real. How did he do it? What happened next was even more shocking. In fact, not only the southern sea crocodile god, but the prodigies of the blood moon and the blue demons were also shocked. Their faces were terrifyingly gloomy. They could not wait to kill that detestable kid in front of them. Lin Xian waved his sword. Countless sword qi intertwined in the air and formed a blood moon. The moon was huge, blood red, and emitted a strange light. It was even brighter than the blood moon formed by the prodigies of the Blood Moon clan. A blood moon! The human prodigies exclaimed in disbelief. The prodigy of the Blood Moon clan was also furious. He was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! How dare he use the Blood Moon clan's superpower? He deserves to die. As Lin Xian swung his long sword, the blood-red moon descended from the sky like a blood-red mountain that came crashing down. It collided with the southern sea crocodile god again. Chapter 28:31. The axe collided with the blood-colored moon again and again, causing a deafening explosion. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The southern sea divine crocodile was shocked. He felt as if he was fighting against a prodigy of the Blood Moon clan. The power of the blood-colored moon was too terrifying. Impossible! Who is this kid? How did he do it? How can he evolve such a terrifying divine power? The southern sea divine crocodile finally panicked. The blood-colored moon continued to descend, and every inch of space was compressed and enveloped by the blood-colored light. The sharp aura on the moon made the southern sea divine crocodile tremble. Many cracks appeared on his palm. The power was too strong, and he could not hold his weapon. Boom! The blood-colored moon completely pressed down, forcing the southern sea divine crocodile back. A few cracks appeared on the southern sea divine crocodile's body, and he was injured again. Damn it! The southern sea divine crocodile's face was gloomy. Hegemonic, heavenly axe. He used an extremely terrifying cultivation technique and charged over again. Lin Xian's long sword changed again. This time it was not a blood-colored moon, but a giant. It was a giant that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its body was like a crystal, and it was extremely blue. There was a horn on its head and wings on its back. Its face was ferocious. It was the appearance of the Blue Demon clan, but it had been enlarged countless times. "Damn kid, how dare you!" The prodigy of the Blue Demon clan instantly roared. He was so angry that his body trembled. He even wanted to rush over and kill the other party. However, he was stopped by Dustless's Buddhist light. "What? You want to attack me together? I don't mind extraditing you." Dustless's indifferent voice sounded. "Humph." The prodigy of the Blue Demon clan snorted and did not attack again. However, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. He swore that if he had the chance, he would kill the other party with his own hands. After Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to evolve the blue giant, he began to attack. The weapon in the blue giant's hand turned into an azure dragon and charged towards the attack. It collided with the heaven-splitting divine axe. With a clang, a resplendent light exploded. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile cried out in anger. He realized that the other party's divine power was too powerful. He could not block it. "Damn it, I don't believe it." Fusion! With a roar, the crocodile god behind him merged into his body. Immediately, millions upon millions of rays of light erupted from his body. It was as if at that moment he had transformed into an eternity of time. An even more violent and ferocious power erupted. 27,000 units of Archean power. The sky pride of the Blood Moon clan had a solemn expression. The Blue Devil prodigy's eyes flickered. That's right, the strength he displayed right now was definitely above 27,000 units of Archean power. In fact, he might even be able to reach 28,000 units of Archean power. As expected of the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile. What a powerful bloodline! What a terrifying bloodline phantom! One had to know that the other party was only from the younger generation, not an expert of the older generation. He had not cultivated for long before falling into a deep slumber. Now that he had awakened, he was still very young. However, he was actually able to erupt with the power of 28,000 units of the ancient era. This was truly terrifying. Most likely, not many of the young prodigies of the human clan would be able to contend against him. In fact, they felt that no one would be able to contend against him. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes as golden light flickered in his eyes. 20,000 units of Archean power was indeed very powerful. In his normal state, he only had 25,000 units of Archean power. However, that was only his normal state. After summoning the great dragon sword soul, his combat strength had soared to the limit. One had to know that he had used up 30,000 units of Archean power from the Silver Lightning clan, not to mention the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile in front of him. "Kid, go to hell." After fusing with the crocodile ancestor's phantom, the Southern Sea Divine Crocodile was incomparably powerful. With a swing of his axe, he directly chopped the blue giant into two halves. Countless large cracks appeared on the ground. Heaven and earth rumbled nonstop. Nothing could stop it. It was so terrifying. Its power had already surpassed Lin Xian's. Seeing that the other party had easily broken Lin Xian's attack, the sky prides of the human clan exclaimed in shock. The older generation figures had worried looks on their faces. However, the surrounding Archean creatures laughed out loud. "Kid, go to hell. The human clan can only crawl at our feet." They were too excited because soon Lin Xian of the human clan would be killed by their sky prides. In the sky, the terrifying axe descended. It was as if the sky and earth were splitting apart, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Yin-Yang 8 steps, and his speed was extremely fast. He turned into a stream of light and kept quickly dodging all the attacks. Clang! However, at this moment, the Southern Sea Crocodile god opened its terrifying crocodile head and spat out a terrifying bolt of lightning that blasted onto Lin Xian's body. It directly sent Lin Xian flying. After smashing through countless mountains, Lin Xian fell into the ruins that filled the sky. Oh no, he was hit. That should be the crocodile god's light. It was also a terrifying ability. After being hit, even an invincible king would be immediately pierced and killed. That kid definitely wouldn't survive. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. He's dead meat. No one can compete with the primordial royal family. The Archean creatures sneered. Morong Ching Ching and Shen Jingqiu exclaimed. Yu Wu Dao and the others were also shocked. The other human experts discussed animatedly. They all looked at the ruins in the distance. Was Lin Xian really going to lose? Could it be that the primordial royal family's Skype rides were really that terrifying? They couldn't believe it, because previously Lin Xian had been incomparably domineering and had the upper hand. At one point, he had even injured the Southern Sea crocodile god. However, after the Southern Sea crocodile god activated the power of his bloodline and fused with the primordial shadow, he became so powerful. Could this be why the primordial royal family was so terrifying? The other party was too terrifying. Just the shadow in his bloodline already had such terrifying power. And that was only the royal family. It was rumored that the royal family had people on the same level as the emperor who were about to appear. When such a person appeared, who could compete with him? Those people's faces were filled with despair. The Southern Sea crocodile god also looked up to the sky and laughed. Lo Lian, I won't let you die so easily. I'll cut you up piece by piece. I'll let you bleed to the last drop of blood. He was too angry. Previously, the other party had dared to injure him. He definitely wouldn't let him off. Is that so? You're very confident in your attack, huh? The next moment, a cold voice sounded behind the Southern Sea crocodile god. What? The Southern Sea crocodile god's body stiffened, and a look of deep shock appeared in his eyes. The others were also stunned and looked up at the sky. Damn it, impossible! The Southern Sea crocodile god suddenly turned around, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. The next moment, he screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Not far behind him, Lin Xian stood there, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He didn't look injured at all. Damn it, impossible! This is impossible. Chapter 2832. The Southern Sea Divine Crocodile was stunned. He knew that his opponent might not die, but he would be seriously injured. His crocodile divine light could definitely break his opponent's body, but his opponent was unharmed. He didn't even spit out a mouthful of blood. That was too heaven-defying. Could it be that he didn't hit his opponent just now? He knew that his opponent had the 9-yang divine body, but he was more confident in his attack. One had to know that he had fused with the crocodile ancestor's shadow. He was confident that his attack could break through a sacred body, let alone the 9-yang divine body. Why were you surprised? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that you can hurt me just because you fused with the primordial divine shadow? Let me tell you, you're still far from it. Your primordial royal family is no match for me. If you want to fight with me, let your primordial royal family come. Today I'll start with you. Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The expressions of the 10,000 Archean race changed. The primordial royal family was no match for him. If you want to fight, let the primordial royal family come. Heavens, he actually dared to say such a thing. Could it be that he wanted to die? The primordial royal family were the descendants of emperors. The descendants of emperors. Even the primordial royal family didn't dare to provoke such a person. How dare he say that he wanted to fight with him? Who do you think you are? How dare you fight with the primordial royal family? Today I'll kill you. The Southern Sea divine crocodile's face was gloomy. So what if his opponent wasn't injured? With his current strength, he could completely suppress his opponent. He didn't believe that his opponent's physique would always be so strong. One day, he would be able to split his opponent's body. Thinking of this, he waved the giant axe in his hand and charged over again. Terrifying energy surged, and heaven and earth trembled once again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It's only 28,000 Archean power. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me." He was right. In the next moment, endless light burst out from his eyes as he crazily circulated the great dragon sword soul. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars rang out. The great dragon sword soul seemed to have come to life. It transformed into an azure dragon and danced around. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. His sword aura alone was enough to make everyone present tremble. Even Yi Wu Dao and the others had a solemn expression. The expressions of the sacred leaders, sect leaders, and grand elders who were watching all changed. This kid's strength. SSSSSS? Could it really be that thing? The eyes of the Yi clan, Gu clan, and the other clan leaders shone brightly, as if they could see through the void, wanting to see everything clearly. The Southern Sea divine crocodile's expression changed. How was it possible that his opponent could increase his combat power? Could it be that the other party really did not use his full strength when fighting with him earlier? He Kudin Crocodile One had to know that he had already fused with the primordial shadow. Every move he made contained boundless power. He be a B. However, now that his opponent had increased his combat strength, would he still be able to fight back? He, Crow Grand, T.S. have, est? S have. He didn't believe that he would have to gamble the honor of the royal family to fight with the other party. He believed that his Southern Sea divine crocodile clan would not lose to the other party. This strike was a terrifying confrontation. The power of the two was too strong, and cracks appeared on the formation. These people were so frightened that their scalps went numb, and they retreated as if they had gone mad. Fortunately, in the end, there were exceptional experts who joined forces. Only then was the array stabilized. However, the space inside shattered and turned into nothingness. Roar! A terrifying dragon's roar rang out as it emerged from the void, forming an eternal, peerless sword light. Destroy everything. The heaven-splitting axe was cut in half, and the Southern Sea godly crocodile was also cut in half by the sword. Ah! The Southern Sea godly crocodile screamed crazily as it tried to heal itself. However, the aura of the great dragon sword soul was simply too powerful. Even he was unable to heal it. Although his body had fused together, if one were to look carefully, one would discover that the two bodies had not healed. There was a terrifying crack in the middle, and Sword Chi was swimming on it. Damn it! The Southern Sea mythical crocodile screamed like a madman as fear filled his eyes. He had actually lost this strike. His opponent had cut him in half, and even his soul had been severely injured. Fortunately, he had used a secret technique to protect his soul at the critical moment. Otherwise, he would have been in real danger. There was a black bell above his head that emitted mysterious runes that enveloped his soul. He's not dead? That's really surprising. Lin Xian was also very surprised. That strike just now should have destroyed his opponent's soul. However, his opponent was still alive. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the black bell. Ancient treasures. Although the other party did not bring out many treasures, the heaven-splitting axe and the black bell were both incomparably profound. This was especially true for the black bell, which gave him a soul-stirring power. It seemed to be very dangerous. Sure enough, in the next moment, the Southern Sea godly crocodile controlled the black bell and shot out a mysterious and terrifying rune. The sword Chi that filled the sky was pierced through. The black rune quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die brat! Lin Xian's pupils constricted when he heard the ferocious voice. In the next moment, he swung the dragon-shaped sword and slashed at the black rune, completely destroying it. It's just a rune. Do you think you can hurt me? Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword again and charged forward. The Southern Sea godly crocodile's eyelids twitched. He was extremely shocked. That was not an ordinary bell. It was a half-saint artifact with Taoist runes on it. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. It even specialized in killing souls. However, his opponent's soul was fine, and the sword in his hand was able to destroy his soul attack. What exactly was that? One had to know that even a half-saint artifact could not destroy a soul attack, unless it was a half-saint artifact that was related to the soul. However, in the previous battle, he felt that the sword was not a treasure chi that was related to soul attacks. However, his opponent was able to do that, which terrified him. This battle was over. Lin Xian held the killing sword and came to the Southern Sea godly crocodile's side. Dozens of sword lights slashed out, and the Southern Sea godly crocodile fled crazily. He did not dare to take them head-on. His body had not healed yet. He roared and used his ancient treasures to block the attacks. The terrifying shield, the terrifying flying sword, and the terrifying berserk blade were all infused with his power. These things could easily kill an invincible king. Even the primordial geniuses could not fight against them. However, in front of Lin Xian, he was sent flying. In the end, the Southern Sea godly crocodile's body was cut into 36 pieces and scattered in the sky. Chapter 28:33. That sword strike was extremely terrifying. It was even more powerful than before. It would appear that Lin Xian's killing intent had been aroused, and he wanted to eliminate his opponent. Oh no! The expressions of the Blood Moon and Blue Demons changed when they saw that. Was Lin Xian really going to kill him? How dare he? The primordial creatures screamed crazily. Damned kid, stop! How dare you? On the side of the human race, their hearts were pounding wildly. Was Lin Xian going to kill a royal prodigy? This was truly an earth-shattering event. The Southern Sea divine crocodile was scared out of his wits. He did not expect Lin Xian to really kill him. Was Lin Xian not afraid of the Southern Sea divine crocodile clan's revenge? He was a royal prodigy. Once the royal prodigies were angered, all living beings would be killed. However, the sword still slashed down and sliced his body apart again. Damn it, kid, I won't let you off. The Southern Sea divine crocodile clan was very decisive. His soul abandoned his physical body and entered the black bell. Then the black bell emitted a black light and countless Taoist patterns. It shattered the void and tried to escape. Lin Xian snorted and extended a large hand that turned into the shadow of a dragon. It pierced through the void and chased after the black bell. In an instant he enveloped the black bell. Oh no! The primordial creatures' expressions changed. The human powerhouses also held their breaths. The Southern Sea divine crocodile clan screamed. Damn it! How dare you stop me? The Southern Sea divine crocodile clan will not let you off. If you kill me, the Southern Sea divine crocodile clan will slaughter the entire human race. Blood will flow all over the land. His voice made the human powerhouses turn pale. They knew that Lin Xian was telling the truth. The wrath of an ancient royal was really unstoppable. Lin Xian's voice was cold. I've said it before. The human race is not to be bullied. He exuded a biting cold aura as the sword chi on his body continued to attack. The black bell trembled, and countless Taoist patterns on it were in a mess. The Southern Sea divine crocodile clan was really afraid. Lin Xian was determined to kill him. What was he going to do? The Southern Sea divine crocodile clan screamed again when he saw that the Taoist patterns on the black bell were gradually being worn away. Blood Moon, Blue Devil, hurry and save me. My Southern Sea divine crocodile clan will definitely reward you greatly. He had no choice but to seek help from the other ancient royal families. While the other party was terrifying, as long as the geniuses of the other Tai nations' royal families were to intervene, they would definitely be able to save him. Shui Yu's and Lan Mo's eyes flickered. Cold auras emanated from their bodies. They were about to attack. Wong, off to the side. Leaf, Daudenier, and Dustless were also ready to attack. However, before these young geniuses could even attack, the sky suddenly split open, and the surrounding formations began to tremble violently. Cracks appeared in many places, and many people were instantly reduced to ashes. An extremely terrifying sense of danger permeated the air, shrouding the entire sky. A terrifying, murderous aura swept out in all directions like a peerless divine light. At this moment, everyone was trembling. Many people were lying on the ground, unable to resist at all. The faces of those experts were filled with fear. Damn it, who was it? Who made a move? It was actually so terrifying. Not good. A peerless expert has made his move. The experts of the human race were equally shocked. They once again took out peerless formations and set them up to resist the terrifying power. In the sky, a huge palm slapped down with ruthless power. It was burning with terrifying light as it descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. Not good. His target was actually Lin Xian. At this moment, everyone's hearts were pounding wildly. A peerless expert wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He snorted coldly and used the yin-yang 8 steps to pass through the void. The dragon's sword spirit shattered the space and quickly escaped. He gave up on the Southern Sea divine crocodile because that palm was too terrifying. It was definitely above 30,000 Archean power. Boom! After that attack, the space where Lin Xian was previously shattered and turned into nothingness. The black bell was saved by the terrifying palm. Kid, I will definitely not let you off. The Southern Sea divine crocodile's vicious voice rang out. The gray bell disappeared. In the sky, the black palm did not disappear. Instead, its aura became even more terrifying, causing everyone to tremble. Yi Wu Dao, Dustless, the Alcade Saint Sun, and the others all had grave expressions. This was definitely not someone from the younger generation. It was definitely someone from the older generation. Moreover, they guessed that it was someone from the ancient race that had made a move. Finally, what they were worried about had happened. Some of the older generation figures sighed. They had already said that things that were too hard were easy to break. Lin Xian's strength was too heaven-defying. He had killed many Archean geniuses, and now he wanted to kill a king race genius. This had definitely angered the ancient race powerhouses. Now, the other party wanted to kill Lin Xian. Damn it, how shameless! Many human martial artists were furious. The younger generation couldn't beat Lin Xian, so they sent the older generation to assassinate him. Was this the ancient race? How laughable! Where were the human race's powerhouses? The older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. They couldn't resist. This wasn't an ordinary ancient powerhouse, but an extremely terrifying existence. Moreover, it was an invincible king of the ancient era. Just a single palm was enough to suppress them. No one could raise their heads. Perhaps even the Holy Lord Sek's sect master might not be able to defeat him. Could it be that Lin Xian was really going to fall here today? Everyone began to discuss. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's complexions changed. The martial artists of Immortal Palace were also crazily roaring. Palace Master! The dark red divine dragon's figure flickered and arrived beside Lin Xian. Both of them looked up at the skies. Lin Xian's complexion was dark. He didn't think that the ancient race powerhouses would actually make a move to kill him at this time. This was truly beyond his expectations. It had to be known that this was in front of the entire world. Was this person really going to act so recklessly? This person was truly shameless. Lin Xian coldly sneered. What race's powerhouse are you? Let me see just who is so shameless. Facing the ancient race powerhouse, Lin Xian was still fearless. In fact, he even mocked him. This scene caused everyone's scalps to tingle. The ancient life forms coldly sneered again and again. Brat, you're about to die and you're still so stubborn. Let's see how you die in a bit. As expected, the large palm in the skies emitted an even colder aura. With a single strike, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's figures flickered as they dodged once more. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's body was also fiercely impacted. The 9-yang divine body rumbled, blocking all of the energy. But Lin Xian's complexion wasn't good. Beside him, the dark red divine dragon roared. Damn, do you have any shame? Ancient race, you've lost all of your face. Are you bullying the weak? You want your own race's geniuses to step onto the path of emperor? Do you think that if you kill him, your geniuses will become stronger? What a joke! The dark red divine dragon constantly roared, emitting endless dragon might. Chapter 2834. Dragons, although you are a dragon, you have nothing to do with the nest of 10,000 dragons. Since we are both from the ancient race, I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will kill you, peel your dragon skin, and drink your dragon blood. This primordial powerhouse had clearly figured out the dark red divine dragon's background. Therefore, although he was facing the might of a dragon, he was still not afraid. Damn it, you dare to threaten me? Just you wait. After I cultivate to the greater success stage, I will definitely destroy your nest. The dark red dragon cursed. However, he also knew the danger of the situation. He turned his head and said to Lin Xian, "Kid, hurry up and leave." This was definitely not someone from the younger generation. This was an extremely terrifying ancient king. Let's leave and think about it. As soon as the crimson godly dragon finished speaking, a cold laugh sounded from the sky. You can leave, but that kid must stay. What? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. The human expert's heart started pounding wildly. It seemed that the other party was really targeting Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face also darkened. The other party was actually so blunt. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? He snorted coldly, and a biting cold light erupted from his body. The dragon sword spirit roared continuously, resisting the terrifying palm in the sky and the terrifying pressure. Kid, let's go. Come with me to the ancient race for tea. The voice in the sky sneered, and the palm fell, smashing towards Lin Xian. He said that he was going to drink tea, but it seemed that if he was caught in the ancient race, he would definitely be torn to pieces. No, I don't like drinking tea, Lin Xian said coldly. At the same time, his body flickered and countless illusions appeared, dodging quickly. A sword broke through the void, and Lin Xian's body appeared in another place. However, this time it was not the young Tianqiao, but the ancient race. It was extremely terrifying. Even though Lin Xian tore through the void, he still could not escape this terrifying palm. Not good. Lin Xian was probably really in danger. Yes, unless someone helped him, he would not be able to fight against the ancient race with his current strength. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. However, would the elders and powerhouses of the Holy Land really offend the ancient race and help Lin Xian? The answer was definitely impossible. Damn it. Lin Xian also roared and took out the saint's hand bone, the 9-layered pagoda, and the flower protector, protecting the surroundings and stabilizing the void. The great dragon sword spirit roared as it laid down countless sword lights around him. It's useless. Stop struggling. You can't escape. Another voice sounded, and a second terrifying palm appeared in the sky. The terrifying murderous intent seemed to want to destroy this world. What? There's another ancient race? Everyone was stupefied. 2 archaic kings attacking at the same time. This was a fatal blow. Most likely, Lin Xian would not be able to dodge it. In the sky, 2 giant claws burst forth with terrifying divine might. They descended from the sky and completely enveloped Lin Xian. This time, even the crimson dragon was affected. It roared madly and resisted. The opponent's strength was too strong. It seemed to be on the level of a holy lord or sect leader. With their current strength, they would not be able to fight against such a person. Lin Xian roared, and his body shone brightly. His sword chi became even more piercingly cold. He felt boundless pressure pressing down on him, causing many cracks to appear on his body. Blood instantly dyed his body red. Scram! The dragon's sword spirit roared, and the 9 young divine bodies shone with billions of rays of light, preventing him from being crushed into a bloody mist. Even so, it was still very dangerous, because the 2 hands had not really landed. Once they did, the power would be 10 times stronger than it was now. Die, kid! The ancient race beings in the distance sneered. The humans were shocked. Yu Wu Dao and the others looked serious. Murong Qingqing and Shan Jingqiu turned pale. Their bodies shone brightly as they prepared to attack. However, even with the 2 of them, they could not resist the might of the ancient race beings. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that the 3rd ancient race being had attacked. At this moment, everyone was in despair. The crimson dragon roared madly. Lin Xian's face was gloomy to the extreme. 3 ancient race beings, 3 holy lords, had attacked him. They were not giving him any chance to live. Who was it? Which ancient race were they? How could they be so ruthless? He swore that when he found out, he would not be polite. He would kill all the geniuses of these 3 races. Kid, stop struggling. You don't have a chance. In the sky, the 3 large hands covered the sky, and the sun and moon sank. The scene was very terrifying. The wounds on Lin Xian's body were even more terrifying. It seemed that his body was about to shatter. Buzz! At this moment, a ray of light lit up in the sky and turned into an eternal light, piercing through the 3 large hands. Uft! Blood sprayed, dyeing the sky red. This scene caused everyone to be stupefied. The human race martialists were dumbfounded. The 10,000 ancient races were also dumbfounded. What was going on? Someone made a move. Moreover, injuring 3 ancient race beings the moment they attacked. Who was it? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Following the wound, he turned into a wisp of sword light, instantly rushing out of the encirclement of the 3 large hands. On the other side, the crimson dragon also rushed out, roaring at the sky. Ha ha ha, damn it! Who asked you to be arrogant again? Come and kill this emperor. He was too furious. 3 ancient race beings wanted to crush them by relying on their endless years of cultivation. How could he not be angry? Lin Xian's face was similarly full of killing intent. If it was a young heaven's pride fighting with him, no matter how strong they were, he would not be afraid either. However, these ancient race beings took advantage of their seniority to attack him, even joining hands to kill him. But fortunately, there was a peerless powerhouse who made a move in the end. Lin Xian could tell that it was Immortal Palace's people. Moreover, it was that Li Xuanxian. That eternal light just now was a flying dagger. Li Xuanxian came late to escort you. Hall Master, please forgive me. In the sky, a figure floated down. It was precisely Li Xuanxian. His body was surrounded by a cold light, and in his hand there was a flying knife that was spinning nonstop. Damn it! Who was it? The clouds of the 3 large hands surged, recovering from their injuries, and then they disappeared. 3 terrifying figures appeared in the sky, like gods and devils. They were precisely the 3 ancient kings. One of them was surrounded by silver lightning, forming terrifying thunder, covering his body. The other was scarlet red like fire, like a god of fire, releasing terrifying flames. The last one was hidden in the darkness of the sky, only a pair of incomparably cold, blood-red eyes. With a single glance, even unmatched kings would tremble and kneel down. The auras of the 3 people overflowed into the heavens, suppressing everything. Silver lightning race, fire cloud race, dark feather race. The 3 ancient kings stood in the void, their expressions incomparably sinister. There was actually someone who could injure them and save that hateful brat. This was intolerable. Chapter 2835. Damn it, who are you? How dare you meddle in our affairs? Do you want to die? I am Immortal Palace's Li Xuanxian. How dare you attack our palace master? Today will be the day you die. Li Xuanxian's eyes also erupted with a cold light. The The blade light on his body became even more terrifying. The flying blade in his hand was like a peerless divine light. He swept his gaze out, and those archaic creatures all trembled. It was too terrifying. They cried out in alarm. There was actually such a terrifying figure in the human race, injuring 3 archaic princes with a single blade. Who was it? How could a mortal palace be so terrifying? They were extremely alarmed, because if it was a desolate ancient family or a top holy land with an extreme weapon that made a move, perhaps they could do this. But they had investigated a mortal palace before, and there were no great emperors or extreme weapons. In their eyes, it was just an ordinary holy land. How could such a holy land contend against them? But now they realized that they were wrong. The other party casually picked a person, and it was already so terrifying. He injured 3 archaic kings with a single blade. This was unbelievable. Do you think you can contend against the 3 of us? The Silver Lightning Race's archaic king said coldly. The Fire Cloud Race's archaic king also snorted coldly. We were careless just now. Kill him. Don't talk nonsense with him. The Serene Feather Race's archaic king directly spread his wings, covering the sky. The entire sky turned into night. It was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their own fingers. The 3 archaic kings charged forward, their terrifying auras vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Countless cracks appeared on the array formation below, and the surrounding people fled crazily, because if they didn't escape, they would be crushed into a bloody mist by the aura. Buzz between heaven and earth, a blade light shone, turning into an eternal divine light, shining in the dark night, illuminating the darkness as if it was daytime. A blade flew out, and the Serene Feather Race's archaic king was sent flying, his shoulder struck by the blade. Blood gushed out crazily, and his entire right arm was cut off. Kill! Ah! Miserable screams and angry roars rang out. The 3 archaic kings attacked crazily. The entire world collapsed quickly. On the other side, Li Xuanhuan's flying blade flew out from time to time, and blood splattered everywhere. However, the 3 primordial kings were also very powerful. Therefore, Li Xuanxian was unable to kill them in a short period of time. On the contrary, the 3 Archean kings became fiercer and fiercer as they fought. They even wanted to suppress Li Xuanxian. This scene caused everyone's hearts to jump out of their chests. The ancient race beings roared out in anger. Kill him! Kill the human! Yes, let the human race bleed like a river. They were simply too infuriated. There was actually someone who dared to fight against the 10,000 ancient races. That person truly didn't know the meaning of death. On the other side, Lin Xian's expression was cold. Although Li Xuanxian was strong, he was still worried. After all, 1 versus 3. Moreover, they were 3 Holy Lord-level archaic kings. It was simply too difficult. Boom! The sky was torn apart, and the earth split apart. Another palm reached out, carrying terrifying chains of laws, slamming into the bodies of the 3 archaic kings. The 3 of them were sent flying. These 3 powerful Archean kings suppressed an area and swept through the 8 Desolaces. But at this moment, in front of this palm, he was like a fly, unable to resist at all. A sage! A sage has made his move! The human warriors screamed. The ancient creatures prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling. Which race's sage was this? A clan of the ancients? A peerless holy land? They didn't know. A cold voice came from the palm in the sky. This time, I'm giving you a warning. If you dare to secretly attack again and bully the younger generation, I'll directly kill you. The cold voice reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, causing the ancient creatures' scalps to tingle. These human prodigies all heaved a sigh of relief. Great! A human sage had stood up for them. This way, their safety would be guaranteed in the future. That archaic king was sent flying, his body splitting apart. Buzz! They regrouped in the distance. their faces pale and filled with fear. No matter how strong they were only invincible kings. On the other hand, the other party was a sage who could crush them with a single finger. Hence, in this aspect, they had no ability to resist at all. However, they still roared crazily. Damn it, do you really think that the 10,000 ancient races don't have sages? When the sages of the 10,000 ancient races come out, they will definitely slaughter you. They were mad with anger. The sage in the sky coldly snorted. Why? Are you very aggrieved? Are you very helpless? When you killed the human prodigies, did you think about it? I'll let you feel what it's like to be bullied by the older generation. Hearing these words, Lin Xian chuckled out, giving him a taste of his own medicine. What a slap to his face! The 5 ancient kings vomited blood. They were too aggrieved. They originally wanted to rely on their powerful advantage to suppress the other party. But they didn't expect that a human sage would jump out and use the same method to deal with them. This made them unable to resist at all. They were so angry that they were about to cry. The sage in the sky said again, "As for the sage of the 10,000 ancient races, if he wants to revive, tell him to come find me directly. I'll wait for him in the extraterritorial battlefield." At this point, terrifying Dao runes and divine chains danced wildly in the sky, emitting a terrifying sage aura. The 10,000 ancient races couldn't raise their heads at all. In the next moment, the void was torn apart, forming a terrifying spatial black hole that directly swallowed the 10,000 ancient races. Scram! The human sage snorted coldly and sent the 10,000 ancient races prodigies and experts flying. Crack! Crack! In the sky, the terrifying crack healed, and the 10,000 ancient races prodigies had long disappeared. The Dao runes and divine chains that filled the sky had also disappeared without a trace. It was as if the previous scene was a dream. However, the human race cultivators knew that it wasn't a dream. The sage had really appeared. That's great. The Immortal Palace cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. The others were also discussing, spiritedly. Lin Xian also revealed a cold smile. His eyes shone with a biting cold light. Although the 3 ancient kings had been sent flying, this matter wouldn't end like this. As long as he saw the prodigies of the Fire Cloud race, Silver Lightning race, and Dark Feather race, he definitely wouldn't let any of them off. This was the outcome of the other party daring to kill him. In fact, Lin Xian directly said that he would offer a high reward for the whereabouts of the Silver Lightning race, Fire Cloud race, and Dark Feather race's prodigies. Those who provided information would each receive a divine crystal. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. It seemed that Lin Xian was determined to fight to the death with the 10,000 ancient races. This news swept out like a gale, causing the world to be in an uproar. The 5 continents of the true spirit world were discussing, spiritedly. The sacred leaders, sect masters, and grand elders were also shocked. Even the sage had made a move. It seemed that things were getting more and more intense. Sure enough, the 10,000 ancient races were incomparably furious, especially the Silver Lightning race, Fire Cloud race, and Dark Feather race. Chapter 2836. However, there was no more news after that. Some people said that the entire outer realm had been destroyed, and sage blood had dyed the sky red. Later on, the Silver Lightning race, Fire Cloud race, and Serene Feather race fell silent. They didn't do anything. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that the 3 ancient races had suffered a loss? This was truly shocking. Just which power was it that did this? Was it the clans of the ancients? Or the other top sacred grounds? Who was it? Who was it? No one knew. But before long, the various clans of the ancients, as well as the top sacred grounds and sects, joined forces and announced. The older generation was not allowed to interfere in the battle between the younger generation, regardless of life or death. No assassinations were allowed. That was the rule. Once discovered, The human race would join forces with all the clans of the ancients and sacred grounds to hunt them down. They wouldn't rest until they were dead. The world was in an uproar. No one had expected the great sage and the clans of the ancients to be so strong. Actually, it made sense. Most of the human race's holy sons and geniuses had been suppressed to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. However, there were a few who had risen like comets. Even when facing the ancient royals, they still shone brightly. These people were the top geniuses of the clans of the ancients. They were the future hope of the clans of the ancients and the top sacred grounds. And these clans of the ancients and sacred grounds had supreme weapons. It could be said that they were extremely confident. Naturally, they didn't want their legacies to be destroyed. That was why they had joined forces to make such a statement. It was to prevent something similar from happening again. Otherwise, if Yi Wudao and the others died, the Yi family and other factions wouldn't be able to take it. The 10,000 ancient races also agreed to this suggestion and rule. After all, they didn't want their geniuses to be ambushed by the human race's sages, sect masters, and sacred lords. If that happened, there would be endless assassinations. Therefore, they decided to abide by the rule and let the younger generation deal with it. Although Lin Xian had defeated the southern sea crocodile god today, they didn't think much of it. That was because there were too many ancient royals who were stronger than the southern sea crocodile god. Moreover, the one who had made a move this time wasn't the strongest southern sea crocodile god. Therefore, Lin Xian's victory didn't mean that the 10,000 ancient races had lost. Moreover, there was the royal family among the 10,000 ancient races. There were still princes and princesses who had yet to appear. Once such a character appeared, he would definitely be able to sweep through the world and suppress the 8 desolations. In a desperate situation, several figures of Taigu stood there. They were old, their faces were deep, and their eyes shone like stars. The aura emanating from his body was like a sea of smoke. One of the elderly men snorted out coldly, "Damn these humans! To think that they would join forces to issue such a warning. Were they trying to threaten them? Ignore them. This rule may not be a bad thing for us. In this way, the safety of the younger generation is guaranteed. Don't worry, the humans won't be arrogant for much longer. Our plan will be implemented soon. At that time, the 10,000 ancient races will join forces. How can the human race be arrogant then?" He was afraid that he could only crawl on the ground. "The whole land will be ours." These people laughed sinisterly. It was obvious that they had already begun to carry out their secret plan. Presumably, it wouldn't be long before they started a direct conflict with the human race. Not long after, a piece of news appeared. The human race was stunned. Even the Archean prodigies and top human geniuses stopped fighting. Lin Xian didn't continue fighting either. After hearing this news, he fell silent. The dark red divine dragon at the side shrieked, "Damn, it still came out!" What kind of terrifying existence was in the nest of 10,000 dragons? That's right, this shocking news was that the 10,000 dragons' annihilation had appeared. The awakening of the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons was no longer a secret. However, they had never appeared outside. They were only active in the nest of 10,000 dragons. But now they finally appeared. The nest of 10,000 dragons split open, and a huge dragon rushed out, roaring in the void. His body was tens of thousands of feet long, like a mountain range crushing the void. A terrifying dragon might filled the world. An entire middle ground could hear the loud dragon roar. At this moment, countless people raised their heads to look at the sky in shock. Dragon! It was a dragon! The legendary dragon had finally appeared. This shocked everyone. The creatures of the 10,000 ancient races also prostrated on the ground and worshipped it. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, one of the ancient royal families, were extremely terrifying. Even the ancient royal families had to be respectful when they saw them. The impact caused by the emergence of the dragon race was simply too great. Not to mention the younger generation. Even the elders, sacred leaders, and sect masters of the older generation had worried looks on their faces. The appearance of the ancient royal families was already a headache for them. But now, even a royal family like the dragon race had come into being. This was an even more terrifying existence. Their foundation and strength were not inferior to the ancient families. In fact, they were even more terrifying than the ancient families. This was because it was rumored that there were thearchs among the dragons. That was the son of a great emperor. How terrifying would the power of his bloodline be? They didn't dare to imagine. They would probably be able to sweep through the world as soon as they appeared. The descendants of the thearchs? Everyone was shocked. That was the thearchs. Heavens, there were actually such terrifying existences like the thearchs in this world. There was probably no hope for others to become thearchs. That's right, the dragons were originally royal families. Their bloodline power was unique and could crush everything. Now that there were thearchs' descendants, they were probably the ones who had the most hope of becoming thearchs. Discussions and exclamations sounded one after another. The saints and geniuses were filled with despair. Why were they in the same era as the thearchs? This was a great tragedy. Even Lin Xian, Yi Wu Dao, Dustless, and the others had solemn expressions. Thearchs. These two words were like a mountain in front of them, making it difficult for them to breathe. Humph. So what if you're the thearchs? Let me see how terrifying the descendants of the thearchs' descendants are. Lin Xian gripped his sword tightly, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. Yi Wu Dao also stood out. His sacred constitution was activated, and his golden blood surged. His eyes were also filled with a high, fighting spirit. To others, this was the worst era, but to them, this might be the best era. This was because being able to fight against a genius like the thearchs was not something that every generation's genius could encounter. However, after the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared in the world, it did something that no one expected. Even those people were dumbfounded, because the nest of 10,000 dragons had issued an order. It was a very strange order. Capture Lin Xian. As soon as this order was issued, the world was stunned. Those people were shocked and couldn't believe it. Even the archaic creatures were stunned. Lin Xian, the nest of 10,000 dragons, actually wanted to kill Lin Xian? How was that possible? Did Lin Xian offend the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons? Chapter 2837. Although he had entered and killed the creatures inside, even splitting the nest of 10,000 dragons open with a single sword strike. But even if the nest of 10,000 dragons wanted revenge, they shouldn't be looking for him. So many sacred lord and sect master level figures made a move. Why did they only target him? Moreover, they issued such a primordial order. One had to know that once the dragon's primordial order was issued, no one in the world would dare to disobey. Most likely, those ancient life forms would go crazy and hunt him down. After the dark red divine dragon received this news, its face turned gloomy. Kid, be careful. Things aren't that simple. I guess they should have seen through your trump card. They might know that the dragon-shaped sword shadow you used is the great dragon sword soul. If that's the case, then things are dangerous. At this point, the dark red divine dragon's expression was extremely solemn. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. It couldn't be right. Had his final secret been seen through? To be honest, other than the dark red divine dragon, Wine Lord, and Xiajiao, no one knew that he was using the great dragon's sword soul. This was his biggest secret. But now the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons had actually seen through his secret. This shocked him greatly. If this secret was leaked, everyone in the world would probably target him. I guess it should be close to the truth. After all, the great dragon sword soul contained a dragon soul. As dragons, the nest of 10,000 dragons had many powerhouses. They must have sensed it. When they think about your super powerful attack power, they might be able to guess it. So this was the case. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It seemed that he had to prepare for the worst. However, he guessed that even if these people in the nest of 10,000 dragons knew that he had the great dragon sword soul, they probably wouldn't say it out loud. Instead, they would capture him secretly. Otherwise, if the news was leaked, there would definitely be people fighting with the nest of 10,000 dragons. At that time, the nest of 10,000 dragons might not be able to obtain the great dragon sword soul. His guess was right. The nest of 10,000 dragons didn't explain the reason. Instead, they sent out a few powerhouses to secretly set off to capture Lin Xian. Of course, they didn't send any older powerhouses either. After all, the human race and the 10,000 ancient races had just reached an agreement. 5 days later, Lin Xian stopped in a mountain range. There was a figure standing in front of him, a figure with dragon scales on his body. The powerful dragons. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and his face darkened. He didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. He was able to lock onto his aura so quickly. In front of him, the figure stood in the void, his body covered in shining purple scales. Even his eyes were purple. His cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. "You're that kid?" Sure enough, he had the aura of a dragon soul. Come to think of it, the great dragon sword soul in your body. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he heard the other party's words. Sure enough, the other party had seen through his trump card. He didn't say anything, and his body emitted a fierce aura, ready to attack at any moment. The powerful dragons on the other side sneered. "My guess was right, but a human trash like you actually has the great dragon sword soul. It's really unbelievable. Damn, Ant. Hand over the great dragon sword soul obediently, and I can give you a quick death. You don't deserve to have the great dragon sword soul. Only I, the dragons, deserve to have such an offensive saint art." A fiery light appeared in his eyes. He couldn't help it. The great dragon sword soul was the strongest thing in terms of offensive power. Even the dragons were ecstatic after hearing it. How could he not be moved? "If you want my great dragon sword soul, let's see if you have the strength." Lin Xian snorted coldly, his face incomparably gloomy. The sword chi on his body became more and more piercingly cold, forming a sword diagram that shone in the sky. Then it suppressed towards the front. Facing the powerful dragons, Lin Xian took the initiative to attack. "How dare you attack me? You really don't know what's good for you." The powerful dragons snorted coldly. "Kid, you may have the great dragon sword soul, but you're still too inexperienced. We're both young geniuses, and I only need one palm to kill you." The genius of the dragons was very arrogant. He wasn't an expert of the older generation, but a young genius who had just recovered and was incomparably powerful. Although he hadn't heard any legends about Lin Xian these days, he had even heard that Lin Xian had defeated the Southern Sea crocodile god, a genius. But he didn't care, because the Southern Sea crocodile god was only a royal, and he was a dragon. The dragons were much stronger than the royal, and he could easily crush the other party. A palm slapped out, carrying an incomparably terrifying power that could destroy everything, and it descended from the sky. This scene made Lin Xian frown. His opponent was indeed very strong, and he was ridiculously strong. He had never seen a young man with such means. It was just a casual attack, but it was mysterious and unfathomable. As expected of the dragons, as expected of the far ancient royal, they were indeed strong. However, he wasn't afraid anymore. With a snort, the great dragon's sword soul swung a golden fist forward. "Kill!" Lin Xian roared as his black hair danced wildly, and he quickly charged forward. Facing the genius of the dragons, he wasn't afraid, and he was only excited and hot-blooded. He was really excited to be able to fight with such an expert. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and there was a violent fluctuation in the sky. The space within hundreds of thousands of miles was quickly torn apart, and there wasn't a single place that was intact. After the exchange, the two of them retreated 3,000 miles and stopped. The light in Lin Xian's eyes became even more terrifying. On the other side, The genius of the dragons frowned, and there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. How could he block it? How could his opponent block it? It was really surprising. One had to know that even the far ancient royal geniuses couldn't block his palm. However, his opponent had actually blocked it. Could this be the power of the great dragon's sword soul? Thinking of this, a fiery light burst out from his eyes. He had to admit that the great dragon's sword soul was really powerful. It could make a human ant like you be compared to me. To be honest, he didn't take anyone seriously at all. He had only heard about those battles and didn't see it with his own eyes. As far as he was concerned, humans were nothing more than ants and slaves. Their dragon clan was the true supreme existence that stood high above the masses. As a member of the dragons, he naturally didn't take anything seriously. Now that there was someone who could fight against him, he naturally didn't think that it was the other party's true ability. Lin Xian didn't say anything. His face was gloomy, and the power in his body erupted again. It was like a sea of stars surging into the 9 heavens. This time he was going to use his strength to tell his opponent that he, Lin Xian, was not to be trifled with. No one could have any ideas about him. Kill. Chapter 2838. Accompanied by his sword technique and the terrifying 9 suns' divine fire, the entire world trembled. Sword after sword. Every sword could destroy the stars and shatter the earth. Despicable ant, die for me. On the other side, the dragon's cultivator's face was gloomy. His hands quickly formed seals, and the dragon blood in his body kept surging. He struck out with an extremely terrifying palm technique. Terrifying energy surged, and a huge explosion occurred in the void. Heaven and earth collapsed, and the sky was beaten into nothingness. This battle was too shocking. Terrifying energy spread in all directions, so much so that those in the distance were terrified. Damn it, there's an apocalyptic battle. Who is it? Could it be that 2 sacred lords are fighting? No, it's not a sacred lord. It should be an expert of the younger generation. What expert of the younger generation? This power is too terrifying. Could it be Lin Xian, Yi Wu Dao, and the others? Heavens! Could it be that they are fighting with the primordial king again? Let's go and take a look. Many people soared into the sky. They were too shocked. They hadn't received any news recently. One had to know that every time a human prodigy fought with a primordial prodigy, the news would be released in advance, attracting countless people to watch. But this time they didn't find any news. Therefore, they were very surprised. On the other side, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword light, and he was also shocked. He realized that the other party was very strong, even stronger than the Southern Sea crocodile god. And the other party was just a young man who walked out of the nest of 10,000 dragons. This was too shocking. Roar. On the other side, the dragon's cultivator roared and waved his fist, quickly smashing over again. Punch after punch, the entire sky was torn apart. It was impossible to resist. Lin Xian felt a great pressure, as if he was facing the divine fist of a god. Humph! He snorted coldly, and his expression was incomparably cold. The dragon sword soul in his body instantly surged, and with an extremely terrifying dragon roar, the terrifying sword chi turned into a vast sea that roared in the sky. You're still too inexperienced to use the dragon soul in front of me. The dragon's cultivator on the other side sneered. He is a true descendant of dragons. The dragon blood in his body was so pure, yet the other party actually dared to display such a dragon aura in front of him. In his eyes, this was simply laughable. In the next moment, the dragon blood in his body surged, and he also transformed into the shadow of a true dragon and rushed out. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power and shock waves. The 2 dragon shadows collided in the sky, creating a shocking sound of thunder. Between heaven and earth, tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended, shattering the void. In the distance, the people who had flown over were stunned when they saw the scene. What a terrifying aura! Even though they were separated by hundreds of thousands of miles, their bodies started to tremble. Those two dragon silhouettes in the distance were seriously too terrifying, making them extremely alarmed. Could it be that the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons had taken action? That was very likely. Otherwise, who else could release such a dragon aura? But that's not right. Who are the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons fighting with? The other party also had such a terrifying dragon soul. Could it be that there was a civil war in the nest of 10,000 dragons? No, it was Lin Xian. Look at the other dragon's shadow. It's formed by sword chi. This was definitely something that only Lin Xian could do. His sword chi was incomparably terrifying. Some of the peerless experts recognized this. The others were extremely shocked. Lin Xian was actually fighting with the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Heavens, this was too unbelievable. Was Lin Xian trying to defy the heavens? Buzz. Suddenly, they closed their eyes and retreated frantically. Some people's eyes were bleeding because in front of them a peerless sword light lit up. It was too resplendent and terrifying. This sword light was sent out by Lin Xian. He didn't intend to hesitate any longer and drag out the battle. Hence, he released his strongest attack. This sword energy, the great dragon sword soul, roared and transformed into a huge dragon that descended from the sky. It directly split the other party's dragon shadow apart. Not only that, this sword strike struck the body of the other party's dragons. Pooh! That dragon's cultivator spat out blood and flew backward. A terrifying wound was torn open on his body. Dragon blood surged and dyed the void red. A drop of dragon blood crushed countless mountains and sunk the earth. That dragon's cultivator was extremely shocked. Damn it, impossible! How could you injure me? He was too shocked. He was a dragon. He was a high and mighty member of the royal family. He could look down on everything. Even the ancient royal family didn't dare to be rude to him. But now a human, an ant, actually injured him. This was hard for him to accept. Ah, damn it, roaming dragon, go to hell! This dragon's cultivator roared angrily. The dragon blood on his body surged and enveloped him. In the next moment, his body quickly enlarged and turned into a huge purple dragon that rushed over. This huge dragon was 7,000 meters long and was extremely terrifying. With a roar, it directly crashed towards Lin Xian, wanting to tear him apart. Buzz! It was over. Another sword strike. Lin Xian held the dragon's sword shadow and became one with the sword. He turned into an eternal ray of light and rushed out. This sword pierced into the purple dragon's mouth. Puff! Puff! The purple dragon's body quickly split into two halves. Lin Xian rushed out from the dragon's tail. In the sky, the huge purple dragon that was thousands of meters long suddenly tore apart. Blood dyed the void red. That enormous body smashed down, completely shattering the ground. Roar! The dragon roared crazily. The two halves of the corpse wanted to heal. However, with the sharpness of the great dragon sword soul and the inextinguishable sword intent, even the dragon's cultivator couldn't heal it. Damn it! The purple dragon pearl cultivator roared angrily. His soul flew out, wanting to wrap around the corpse and leave. However, he was directly sent flying by Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eyes. In the sky, a pair of golden eyes appeared and looked down. The purple dragon pearl cultivator's soul trembled and a trace of fear appeared. Damn it, how could it be? What were these golden eyes? Why could even he feel a sense of fear in his soul? One had to know that he was a dragon soul. Who could suppress him in terms of soul? He didn't dare to believe it. However, the golden eye in the sky had managed to do that. In the next moment, he screamed in horror, because the golden runes in the golden eyes turned into a golden vortex, forming a force that sucked him in. The purple dragon's soul wanted to break free, but it couldn't do so. In an instant, he was sucked into the golden eyes. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. The golden eyes in the sky disappeared. The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. In the next moment, his body swayed. His sleeves rolled up the two halves of the dragon's corpse on the ground and disappeared into the void. The people in the distance were shocked. The battle was over. Where was the dragon's cultivator? Could it be that he was killed? Heavens, it can't be. Lin Xian defeated the dragon's cultivator? And he even killed him? Chapter 2839. They felt that it was unlikely. 10,000 dragons. Suppressing the dragons was a legendary existence. It was even more terrifying than the ancient royal family. Anyone who walked out of it could wipe out a bunch of them. But now it was actually killed by Lin Xian. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they quickly flew forward, wanting to investigate. When they came to the front and saw the scarred ground and the terrifying stench of blood, they were all stunned. This battle was truly too bitter. Just the remnant auras on the surface were enough to cause them to be extremely alarmed. However, they saw some bloodstains and cracks in the ground, but they didn't see any corpses. Therefore, they couldn't be sure if the dragons had been killed. They couldn't be sure if Lin Xian had been killed instead. All of this will be yours. However, this news quickly spread. After all, the battle between Lin Xian and the dragons was too shocking. On the other side, Lin Xian left the mountain range and came to the sky. He entered the black earth. With a wave of his sleeve, the terrifying dragon corpse also appeared. Fortunately, the black earth could transform into a gigantic spirit boat. Lin Xian had also turned the giant dragon corpse into a small mountain. Only then was it able to fit inside. The dark red divine dragon looked at the purple dragon corpse and drooled. Damn it, eat it. When Lin Xian heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched and his eyes widened. You want to eat it? It's your own kind. What kind? I'm a divine dragon. He's just an ordinary dragon. He's much more humble. I'm already giving him a lot of face by eating it. The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. Besides, he wants to kill us. So what if I eat him? All right. Lin Xian nodded. He had never tasted dragon meat before. Oh, right. Use that formation of yours again. This time, you'll get a lot of dragon blood. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. After all, this thing could increase the power of his 9-yang divine body and dragon sword soul. He naturally didn't want to miss it. The dark red dragon said, "Don't worry." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he stared at the gigantic dragon's corpse. How boring would it be if only the two of us ate it? Get Hui Dao and the others to send a message to Qing Qing and Qiu Er. It would be best to call Yi Wu Dao Gu Santong and the others over so they could eat together. Good idea. The dark red dragon's eyes lit up, revealing a trace of a smile. Brat, I've realized that you're too naughty. What's wrong? Lin Xian pursed his lips. The dark red divine dragon smirked. You're trying to drag them all down with you. All right, you don't have to say it. I understand. I'll use the array formation to send them a message. The dark red divine dragon chuckled. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. It was just some dragon meat, so of course everyone had to enjoy it together. Soon after, those people heard the news. They opened the space gates and directly teleported away. Within a spirit vein, a dark red divine dragon laid down a peerless formation to isolate the aura. He waited outside the formation. Soon the sky was torn apart, and one figure after another descended. Some were golden like blood, some were whistling like phoenixes, and some were purple from the east. It was Yi Wu Dao, Morong Qing Qing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others. Of course, it wasn't just the three of them. Gu Santong, No Flower, Hui Dao, and Peacock were all here as well. Hui Dao and the others were from Immortal Palace. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't treat them unfairly. The others were all top-notch peerless geniuses. Big Brother Lin Xian, Big Brother Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and Morong Qing Qing walked over. Lin Xian hugged them. Brother Lin, Why did you call us here? I heard there's something good. Yi Wudao was a bit confused. Gu Santong's eyes also flashed. Don't tell me there's something good for us to see? No Flower at the side was also looking forward to it. Lin Xian looked at them with a smile. There must be something good, but he looked at No Flower and scratched his head. Well, I say, do you want to break your precepts today? Break precepts? No Flower was stunned. Brother Lin, don't joke around. You're not going to introduce me to a peerless beauty, are you? Hearing this, Gu Santong and Yi Wudao laughed loudly. Hui Dao and the others also laughed. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu asked curiously, No way, Big Brother Lin Xian. Are you really going to introduce a peerless beauty to this big monk? No Flower quickly shook his head. Brother Lin, forget it. I'm a monk. You should enjoy such good things yourself. Why don't you give it to Brother Yi or Brother Gu? No Flower shook his head. He didn't care about beautiful women. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, it's not a beauty. But it's something else. Don't worry, let's go in and take a look. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. This made the others look forward to it even more. Come in. Lin Xian waved his hand. The dark red dragon beside him tore open the array. Immediately, a group of people walked in. Then, the array closed, forming clouds that covered the sky. No one knew that the top geniuses were gathered here. What is Brother Lin? Yeah? Brother Xian. When they entered, they were even more confused. This was a spirit vein, and the surrounding spiritual energy was dense. However, they didn't find any treasures. Could it be below? They looked carefully. Lin Xian smiled. He waved his hand, and a purple hill appeared in front of them. A terrifying pressure was emitted from the hill. But as soon as this pressure was released, the surrounding void collapsed and the ground cracked open. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered crazily, forming tornadoes. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others also exclaimed in surprise. During the meeting, Peacock and the others breathed heavily. Even Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu were shocked. Brother Lin Xian, what is this? Is it a monster? Shun Jingqiu's face turned even paler. Murong Qingqing, who was standing beside her, also had her blood boiling as she tried to resist the pressure. In the next moment, they were shocked. Could it be? They were stunned, because they had already discovered the small hill in front of them. It wasn't a hill, but a dragon that was circling there. However, its size was too huge. It looked like a mountain. Dragon, it's a dragon, and it's the corpse of a dragon. The top geniuses breathed heavily. They widened their eyes and looked at Lin Xian. Brother Lin, where did you get this thing? Yeah, did you pull it out from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others were shocked. Lin Xian smiled. Of course it's something. What? You killed it. You killed a dragon. They were even more shocked. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu were nervous. Brother Lin Xian, are you injured? They didn't know that Lin Xian was fighting with the dragons. Now they were very nervous. They were worried about Lin Xian. Is he injured? This guy shouldn't be a peerless genius from the nest of 10,000 dragons. He's just an ordinary dragon. His strength is stronger than the average Archean prodigy, but not to the point of being heaven-defying. Chapter 2840. What? You want to eat dragon meat? Hui Dao and the others shrieked. Even Yi Wudao and Gu Santong's pupils constricted. On the side, Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu were also astonished. No Flower laughed bitterly. He finally understood why Lin Xian said he might have to break his vow. It wasn't for beauties but for meat. But soon No Flower smiled. Brother Lin, it seems that you don't know. The Western Desert is different from the Buddhist sects of the mortal world. We don't forbid such things. You know, there are some powerful archfiends whose flesh is filled with power. We use them. So even if I eat dragon meat, it's not breaking my vow. No Flower said. Lin Xian was stunned. If there was such a thing, then it would be even better. How about it? Do you want to eat? Good, good. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Gu Santong's eyes lit up. Yi Wudao nodded. To tell the truth, he had never eaten dragon meat before. How could he not be excited to eat it for the first time? After all, it was something from the legends. All right, hurry up. I can't wait. The dark red dragon conjured a large cauldron and placed it on the ground. Everyone was stunned. Was this guy going to eat it too? Xin Jingqiu exclaimed. Murong Qingqing and Yi Wudao's mouths twitched. The dark red dragon rolled its eyes impatiently. What's with your expressions? Why can't I eat it? Fuck, this guy is our enemy. He wants to kill me. Why can't I eat him? You're making a fuss out of nothing. He snorted. His face darkened, and he lit a fire. I'm on my side. Whitey jumped out as well. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. Let's do it. Lin Xian, Yi Wudao, and the others waved the dragon carcass. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out. They sat together. Haha, I can't wait. The dark red dragon was the first to reach out. With a swipe of its claws, it tore off the cooked meat. The piece of meat was translucent and exuded rich spiritual energy. It was even more powerful than the spiritual energy in the spirit vein. The dark red dragon didn't hesitate and bit down. The next moment it screamed. Oh, it felt so good. The dragon blood in his body boiled, releasing rumbling sounds. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, roaring nonstop. Awesome, it was just too awesome. The amount of energy contained within was simply too much. The dark, red, divine dragon kept roaring. Hearing these words, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqin, Shen Jingqiu, and the others all took a bite. In the next moment, their bodies also rumbled. Their pores opened up, and streams of spirit qi came out of them. This power was simply too overwhelming. It was as if he had eaten a divine crystal. Little White also took a bite, and immediately became lively and lively. Their eyes were burning with passion as they quickly waved their chopsticks. Soon, a dragon that was thousands of meters long was eaten up by them. In the end, they even drank the soup. It felt so good. I feel like I'm about to break through. My cultivation base has also grown. The few of them exclaimed. It was too terrifying. A dragon could make them have such a reaction. As expected of dragons, the power and bloodline it contained were too terrifying. Don't waste it. Hurry up and cultivate. Lin Xian and the others sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate, completely refining the energy in their bodies. 5 days later, they opened their eyes. Brother Lin, be careful. The nest of 10,000 dragons wants to capture you. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Yes, if you need us, just say the word. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others said. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, if I need you, I won't be polite. However, you guys have to be careful. When the dragons appear, in addition to capturing me, their geniuses will also appear. When the time comes, there will be a great battle. Hearing this, Yi Wudao and the others looked solemn. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's eyes also flickered. Lin Xian was right. Was the royal family about to appear? They wondered if other royal families would appear besides the 10,000 dragons' annihilation. Finally, Leaf Dowdenier revealed a piece of information. Everyone be careful. When you return, report this to the sacred leader. Our Yi family has received news that the revival of the 10,000 ancient races isn't simple. It's not just the younger generation. They might cause a huge commotion in the near future. When that time comes, it will be a disaster for the entire human race. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, Is there any accurate news? Yi Wudao nodded. It's most likely because in the past few days, the Yi family's patriarch and several grand elders have been gathering resources nonstop. Moreover, they're about to take out their extreme weapons. If the situation changes, they might directly take out their extreme weapons. In fact, Some peerless experts have even come to our Yi family and invited our grand elders to go out and find a treasure to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. It seems that chaos is about to happen. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. In this chaotic world, only the strong could survive. The others naturally understood this as well. Thus, after a brief discussion, they left voice transmission formations with one another before leaving on their own. Qingqing, Qiao, where are you two going? Lin Xian asked. Big brother Xian, I'm going to go back and cultivate. Big brother Lin Xian, I also want to go back and cultivate. I promise I won't drag you down. Xinjing Qiao waved her pink fists. All right. Lin Xian hugged the two of them. If there's any danger or something, you must tell me. In the end, Murong Qingqing and Xinjing Qiao left hand in hand. As for Lin Xian, he also left. After going out, Lin Xian was shocked when he received the news, because he realized that the dragons were completely enraged. There was nothing he could do about it. The news of him killing a dragon still spread. The nest of 10,000 dragons was completely enraged. They swore that they would capture him and order all the races in the world to capture him together. It directly caused a huge commotion. Countless primordial geniuses came out one after another, wanting to capture Lin Xian. On the other side, in a mysterious mountain range, a blue-robed man and that strange head also came up with a plan. They felt that they should add fuel to the fire and let the human race join forces to kill Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was simply too powerful. He had two supreme treasures. Such a person would definitely be a powerful enemy on the path of the great emperor in the future. Therefore, they decided to join forces to get rid of him now. Of course, they wouldn't make a move. Instead, they released a piece of news. This news was guessed by the mysterious blue-robed man. He wasn't 100% sure, but now it was no longer important. Chapter 2841. This piece of news was that Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword soul. The moment this news came out, the world was in an uproar and instantly swept through the entire continent. What? Great dragon sword soul? Are you talking about the one with the highest attack power in the world? No wonder. I thought there was something wrong with that dragon-shaped sword shadow. I didn't expect it to be the legendary Great Dragon Sword Soul. Heavens, no way, this can't be true, right? Lin Xian actually had such a treasure. No wonder he was so powerful. That was left behind by the Shimin Great Emperor. Everyone was stunned. The entire human race was in an uproar. On the other side, the 10,000 ancient races were also in an uproar. They didn't expect that the other party would have such a treasure in his hands. The dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons roared angrily. Damn it, who was it? Who leaked the news? Investigate. You must find out for me. Tear him into pieces. They were too angry because they also knew that the other party had it in his hands. However, they didn't want to make it public. Instead, they planned to quietly capture the other party and bring him back to obtain the great dragon sword soul. Their dragon prince would have more hope on the path of becoming a great emperor. He might even be able to use it to break through the gate of immortality. But now, before they could even catch Lin Xian, the news had already leaked out. This result made them go crazy with anger. The Yi family, Gu family, Yao Guang, Yao Qi, and the other sacred leaders' eyes flickered. As expected, they had long suspected it, but they didn't dare to believe it. But now, when this news came out, they were even more certain that the thing in Lin Xian's hands was the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was a cultivation method and saint technique. It was once possessed by the Shimin Great Emperor and became a sword emperor of his generation. It could be said that, in terms of attack power, it could definitely dominate the world. Whoever obtained it had hope of becoming the next Shimin Great Emperor. How could these people not be tempted? Not to mention the sacred leaders, even the primordial kings and dragons were incomparably jealous. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The 10,000 ancient races didn't hesitate and directly issued a kill order, frantically searching for Lin Xian. They wanted to capture him and seize the great dragon's sword soul. On the other side, the humans were also shaken. Many of them were burning with passion. Of course, they could not be so shameless as to attack directly. In the past, they might have been able to do so. But now, with the 10,000 ancient races eyeing them covetously, it was time for the human race to join forces. Therefore, at this time, he should not be so blatant. However, these people would definitely not give up. Many elders and even sect masters of the sacred grounds were secretly searching for Lin Xian. As long as they discovered the other party, they would secretly make a move, quietly kill the other party, and seize the great dragon sword soul. Especially those who had a grudge against Lin Xian. The 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Sacred Ground, 10,000 Lightnings Sacred Ground, Toba Clan and others were also secretly taking action. The Tai Dynasty, the Battle Tribe, and the Heavenly Human Tribe also came out to search for Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian had once again become the focus of the world. What? Great Dragon Sword Spirit? As soon as Leaf Dao Denier, Gu Santong, No Flower, Murong Qingqing, and Shun Jingqiu returned to their clans in the Holy Land, they received the news. They were extremely shocked. They really did not expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu were still fine. They had been following Lin Xian for a long time, so they knew about it. However, Leaf Dao Denier and the others did not know. In fact, Leaf Dao Denier was extremely shocked because Lin Xian's 9 Yang divine body was originally not weaker than his saint body. Now that the other party had such an offensive saint art in his hands, it could be said that he would definitely be a powerful enemy on the road to becoming a great emperor in the future. However, he would not be afraid, nor would he assassinate. In fact, he did not even want his clan to make a move, because he and Lin Xian were friends. Even if there was a fight on the road to becoming a great emperor in the future, he still hoped that it would be a fair fight. Moreover, it wouldn't hurt sentient beings. Not to mention them, even the people from the Immortal Palace were stunned. The chief guardian, Li Xuanxian, and the others were also shocked. Because other than Xia Jiuyou, no one else knew that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. They did not expect that. Lin Xian actually had such a secret. Li Xuanxian said in a deep voice, "There was no need to say anything now. Quickly send people to bring the palace master over. They could not let others assassinate him. The palace master is the hope of the Immortal Palace in the future." These people were excited. Lin Xian was the palace master of the Immortal Palace. The stronger Lin Xian was, the stronger the Immortal Palace would be. If Lin Xian became the next great emperor, the Immortal Palace would soar into the sky and become an extreme Tao Holy Land. In tens of thousands of years, the Immortal Palace would become the true overlord of the world. How could they not be excited by such a scene? Therefore, the people of the Immortal Palace moved out one after another, preparing to bring Lin Xian back. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also driving the Black Earth at full speed. They wanted to reach the Immortal Palace as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be bad if they were robbed and killed by others. Although there was an agreement before that the older generation was not allowed to kill the young geniuses. This time was different. But this time it was too special. This was not a battle between the younger generation, but a battle to seize the great dragon sword spirit, a battle of offensive saint arts. Perhaps even the saints would jump out at that time. Indeed, a few of the saints were tempted. They had no choice. The great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. If they could obtain it, they would have a chance to become a great emperor. How could these saints not be excited about such a thing? Ruffian Dragon quickly opened the gate and teleported back. Lin Xian did not fly anymore. He decided to use the array formation to quickly return. The dark red divine dragon began to set up the array formation. In the void, the power of space cracked, forming a terrifying black hole. The Black Earth was still slowly entering it. It was about to disappear. However, at that moment, a large palm descended from the sky and directly smashed the void, shattering the array formation that had just been formed. The black earth was also sent flying and crashed into the ground below, breaking a dozen mountain ranges. Inside the black earth, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's blood was boiling. Their faces were extremely gloomy. Damn it, a peerless powerhouse has made a move. The hand in the sky was too terrifying. It could destroy everything in an instant. Moreover, the other party was able to determine their location so quickly. It was too shocking. Could it be that Yi Wu Dao and the others had leaked the news? The dark red divine dragon gritted its teeth. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He shook his head. Impossible. I believe them. It shouldn't be them who leaked the news. Perhaps someone has divined our location. Besides, we're already millions of miles away from the spirit vein. Even if they leaked the news, they couldn't have found us so quickly. Lin Xian was right. These dark, red, divine dragons understood what he meant. But who did it? They did not know. Damn it, you better not let me find out. Otherwise, I'll destroy your nest in the future. Chapter 2842. Lin Xian said with a gloomy face as he hurriedly left. He controlled the black earth and quickly shuttled, preparing to leave in another direction. However, at this moment, another large palm slammed down from the sky, blasting the mountain range and sending the black earth flying into the void. Not good. Another terrifying, peerless expert. This was definitely a terrifying, invincible king. At the very least, he was at the level of a grand elder, sacred lord, or sect master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so terrifying. Run. Lin Xian burned his divine crystal. The black earth erupted with a terrifying light and directly pierced through the void. It was very fast and completely escaped the range of the two large palms. It flew in the direction of the immortal palace. However, not long after, he was sent flying again. Another powerful enemy had appeared. Not good. I'm afraid we can't go back. There are peerless experts hiding on the path of the immortal palace, waiting to kill us. The dark red divine dragon said. Damn it. Lin Xian was also mad. They didn't expect these people to act so quickly. Kid, look at this aura. It's not just the ancient race. There are also experts from the human race. I knew it. Lin Xian's face was cold. He naturally knew that the human race would definitely make a move. However, these people were all hidden. He didn't know who did it at all. As expected, Lin Xian had already suffered 4 terrifying attacks along the way. Fortunately, the black earth was incomparably tough. It didn't break under such terrifying attacks and could still explode with power and quickly move forward. However, more and more experts appeared in front of them. This made Lin Xian's heart gradually sink. Suddenly, the rift was torn apart as several terrifying figures descended from the sky. Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others descended from the sky. Palace Master, we'll cover you and retreat quickly. Li Xuanxian and the others used their powerful strength to resist. In the sky, the large palms were constantly shattering. Buzz! A few hazy figures appeared. These figures were like gods and demons. They appeared in the sky, surrounded by a hazy light that covered their true faces. In the sky, an intense battle broke out. Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others went all out, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Lin Xian controlled the black earth to travel quickly. However, after flying for a period of time, another group of terrifying experts arrived. This time, the experts were even more terrifying. Not good. Lin Xian hurriedly changed directions and flew into the distance. The experts behind him quickly chased after him. Suddenly, a wisp of saintly might descended from the sky and pierced through the void. Fortunately, Lin Xian's reaction was fast enough. He controlled the black earth to perform a spatial warp. That was why he wasn't hit by the holy might. Otherwise, even the black earth would have been damaged. Not good. It's a saint. A saint has made his move. Lin Xian's face darkened, and the dark red dragon shrieked. Up until now, they had been hunted down by at least 5 forces. Moreover, a sage had appeared. This was really not a good thing. The longer this dragged on, the more saints would make their move. This brat couldn't go to Immortal Palace anymore. The path to Immortal Palace had been completely cut off by them. Even if he activated the array formation, he would definitely be beaten out. The dark red dragon said in a deep voice. Lin Xian also nodded. He naturally knew that these people would definitely not let him return to Immortal Palace, because if he returned to Immortal Palace, it would be difficult to catch him again. After all, Immortal Palace was an ancient inheritance. The strength of the people there was extremely terrifying. After entering, it would be very difficult to attack. Moreover, it would be very inconvenient. Therefore, these people would use all kinds of methods on the road. Then where should we go? Lin Xian asked. Do you still remember Black Demon Cliff? You're talking about the place where you obtain the inheritance of the 9-yang divine body. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. You're saying that we should go in? That's right, that was a forbidden area. Even saints didn't dare to rashly step into it. Entering there would be temporary safety. Well, that was the only way. Lin Xian nodded. It seemed that this was the only place where he could temporarily hide. Although it was a forbidden area, he had entered it last time. Moreover, this time he had the 9-yang divine body. He should be able to enter safely. However, the others probably wouldn't dare to enter. Thinking of this, he activated the array formation platform again and teleported. In the sky, terrifying energy bombarded the void. However, this time their deduction was wrong. They were bombarding the void in the direction of Immortal Palace. And this time, Lin Xian didn't return to Immortal Palace at all. Therefore, this time, he teleported away safely. Oh no, my deduction was wrong. This kid isn't going to Immortal Palace. He's going somewhere else. If he doesn't go to Immortal Palace, he'll die. No matter where he goes, he'll only extend his life a little. In the sky, a few cold voices sounded. As long as they cut off the path to Immortal Palace, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. Let's go. These people also tore through the void. Some of them even deduced the heavenly secrets to capture Lin Xian's position. The sage in the sky formed a series of divine chains of order that pierced through the void. The power of a saint was definitely mysterious and unfathomable. He instantly caught up. Boom! 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 Above the endless mountain, the void split open, forming a huge crack. In the terrifying vortex, a black spirit ship flew out. It didn't stop at all and flew toward the black mountain in front of it. In an instant, it disappeared into the cliff. Not long after the black earth entered, the void behind it split open, and a terrifying figure emerged. Divine chains of order danced all over his body. It was that mysterious saint. After he appeared, he frowned. This guy actually entered here. The saint's voice was hoarse and carried a biting cold aura. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Xian to enter Black Demon Cliff. With a cold snort, the saint tore through heaven and earth and also walked forward. Wherever he passed, countless nomological laws flickered under his feet, forming a divine bridge that carried him forward. Soon, he also entered Black Demon Cliff. Not long after he entered, a few more figures quickly tore through the void and rushed over. They were the other experts who were chasing after Lin Xian. However, when these people saw Black Demon Cliff, their expressions became extremely ugly. Damn it, this kid actually entered such a forbidden area. Should we chase after him? Black Demon Cliff was rumored to be very evil. Although it wasn't one of the 5 forbidden areas, it was still a very terrifying place of death. Even the saints didn't dare to enter easily. If this kid went in, it would definitely be difficult for him to survive. I guess he should be hiding outside and doesn't dare to go in. That's right, he's only here to hide, not to die. Use your energy to bombard the outside of Black Demon Cliff. Force that brat to come out. Several people quickly transmitted their voices, and then they struck out a vast amount of energy. Like a mountain torrent, it surged downward. Suddenly, the void below split open with a terrifying roar. The terrifying energy swept through the outside of Black Demon Cliff. Chapter 2843. Streams of black air turned into giant pythons and quickly rushed forward. In an instant, it enveloped the mysterious powerhouses who had attacked. Damn it! Not good. Retreat. Get lost. These powerhouses roared angrily and attacked with amazing divine abilities to resist. However, they were still blasted away by the black air and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, this Black Demon Cliff is so evil. These people's faces were extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with fear. They had only used energy to bombard the outside, but they had already suffered such a terrifying attack. If they went in, they might not even have a corpse left. Roar! Ah! Just as they were discussing whether to attack again or ask for reinforcements, a crazy voice suddenly came from Black Demon Cliff. As soon as this voice came out, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Those mysterious powerhouses also felt their scalps go numb. Damn it, this is the pressure of a sage. Could it be that a sage had gone in? Sure enough, in the next moment, a ray of light soared into the sky from Black Demon Cliff, carrying terrifying divine chains of order and terrifying laws. It tore through the void and quickly escaped and disappeared. Only a pool of blood was left behind, piercing through the ground. Sage blood. That was the blood of a sage. Oh heavens, a sage was injured. These people were so frightened that their bodies began to tremble. Black Demon Cliff was indeed a legendary forbidden land of death. Even a sage would be injured if he went in. Fortunately, they did not go in before. Thinking of this, they hurriedly retreated to a safe distance and set up camp. They did not act rashly, but they joined forces to seal the surrounding space to prevent that kid from going out. Black Demon Cliff is too dangerous. We can't go in. Indeed, that kid would definitely not be able to hold on for too long. It would not be long before he came out. These people waited in place. As soon as the kid left Black Demon Cliff, they would kill him. However, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. These peerless powerhouses frowned. What was going on? The kid didn't come out? Damn it, he couldn't have been killed in there, right? It was very likely that even a sage would be injured after going in, let alone that kid. He would have probably been turned into ashes long ago. Could it be that the great dragon sword soul was left in Black Demon Cliff? These people frowned, and they immediately sent a message. A day later, the void cracked open, and even more terrifying and powerful figures descended. Some of them even used holy weapons. In the sky, divine chains danced as the laws condensed. Quickly, set up the heaven-concealing formation. We can't let the news spread. These people worked together to set up a peerless formation, concealing all the heavenly secrets. Otherwise, just the saints' might alone would have been enough to shake the entire place, and everyone would have been able to tell that the other party was here. In that case, they would engage in endless battles because everyone would be fighting for the great dragon sword soul. Fortunately, they were well prepared. This time, they brought a saint and 2 saint weapons. Terrifying energy, earth-shattering, poured into the Black Demon Cliff, trying to force its way in. This was an earth-shattering battle. The Black Demon Cliff was stimulated. Endless demonic energy surged, turning into devil kings one after another, tearing apart the heaven and earth. In the end, the 2 saint weapons were sent flying, and a saint was injured. This scene terrified the 10,000 Archean races. Damn it, what kind of place is this? A saint and 2 sacred weapons were unable to do anything to him? Could it be that they had to use an apex weapon? However, apex weapons were not something that could be used at will, because they were used to intimidate. Basically, they would only use apex weapons when there was a danger of extermination. Under other circumstances, they would definitely not use them unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, The consequences and impact of using an apex weapon were too great. Firstly, it would consume endless resources. Secondly, a single attack would definitely cause unimaginable consequences. Therefore, these people's expressions were ugly. However, without using an apex weapon, even a saint could not enter. Could it be that they had to watch the great dragon sword soul be lost in the black demon cliff? In the sky, the laws on the saint's body danced, forcing the demonic energy out of his body. His face was pale as he said coldly, "Although the attack just now did not enter, I've already detected it. I didn't sense the aura of the great dragon sword soul, which meant that the kid was not dead. The great dragon sword soul was still in his hands. Otherwise, if the great dragon sword soul was released, it would definitely be earth-shattering." Hearing the saint's words, the other 10,000 ancient races, powerhouses' expressions turned grave. Not dead yet. This was really surprising. "Patriarch, what should we do?" The primordial kings looked at the primordial saint in the sky and asked in a deep voice. The primordial saint said, "You guys stay here and guard. That kid will come out sooner or later. Seal the world and don't let any news leak. Don't let anyone else enter. Anyone who approaches will be killed without mercy. I'll go back now. The 10,000 ancient races have already started that plan. Therefore, I can't stay here for long. However, as soon as that kid appears, inform us immediately." "Yes, Patriarch, we understand." The primordial kings hurriedly responded respectfully. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. Was that plan finally going to be activated? It really made their blood boil. Unfortunately, they could not go and could only watch that kid from here. It was really frustrating. But thinking about it, if they could capture that kid, it would definitely be a great contribution. It would not be any worse than carrying out that plan. Therefore, they all felt relieved. In the sky, the primordial king stopped and sat down cross-legged. Around them, there were other primordial creatures floating in the void. They had set up an inescapable net. At the same time, the news also spread. Lin Xian was chased by countless primordial kings and mysterious powerhouses, and in the end his whereabouts were unknown. This news caused an uproar in the world. Did they make a move? They did not expect that these powerhouses would make a move so quickly, especially those primordial kings. They were fighting like crazy. The people on the human side also had gloomy expressions. Some of the sacred lords and sect masters were secretly angry. Damn it, he actually let that brat escape. Could it be that he was caught by the primordial kings? No, the great dragon sword soul, the world's offensive saint technique, must not fall into the hands of those primordial races. These people gritted their teeth. Even the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Light, Jade Pool, and the sacred lords of the first-tier Holy Lands asked one after another. However, they did not receive any news at all. The Immortal Palace Hall was furious. They did not expect that these people would dare to be so crazy. They dared to attack their palace master. And now, Lin Xian's whereabouts were really unknown. Even they did not know where he went. This was intolerable to them. If something happened to Lin Xian, they would not be able to accept such a loss. Therefore, at this moment, the Immortal Palace Hall attacked like crazy. Invincible kings roared in all directions. There were even saints who appeared and walked between heaven and earth. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Dragon Crown Prince calculated the time and felt that it was about time. He said, "Ancestor, contact them and use the azure dragon skin together to cover the sky and earth." The two sages nodded after hearing this. Then laws flew out from their bodies, and a powerful magical power began to transmit their voice over thousands of miles. Divine Phoenix Ridge. The two old men's bodies shone with boundless light. Terrifying laws formed two pairs of divine wings behind them. At this moment, after they heard the voice transmission, their eyes flickered. It seemed that it was time to make a move. On the Fire Chelan cave side, their sages had also received the news. The divine flames on their bodies surged into the sky. Let's do it! One powerful figure after another rose into the sky. The 3 Archean royal families and 6 sages appeared together in the sky. In addition, the Archean royal families and hundreds of Archean races also had a few terrifying sages. Chapter 28:45. They no longer tried to conceal their saint aura. Between them, there was a dragon's shadow floating there. If one looked carefully, they would realize that it wasn't a true dragon, but a piece of dragon skin. It was the skin of a true dragon. Buzz, the 2 dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, were the first to move. They poured out a vast amount of dragon blood and poured it onto the dragon skin. The dragon's skin trembled as if it had come to life and let out a loud dragon roar. Then it quickly grew larger. Attack! The 2 of them roared angrily. The other 10 saints also attacked one after another, releasing terrifying light. The azure dragon skin was enlarged infinitely, forming a dark cloud that covered the world. It was too big. 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, 10 million miles. At this moment, everyone felt the sky darken as a terrifying projection descended from the sky. The remote antiquity families, the extreme Tao sacred lands, and the top sects were all shrouded by this shadow. The terrifying dragon might shook the 9 heavens. Damn it, not good. What happened? The human cultivators were astonished. Countless gazes in the various cities and palaces looked up at the sky. The sun was covered. Damn it, what was going on? Were the 10,000 ancient races going to attack? Roar at the same time. An extremely terrifying dragon roar sounded. Then the entire world completely darkened. The terrifying dragon might spread between heaven and earth. Damn it! At this moment, all the human powerhouses were shocked. Many of them were pressed to the ground. Even those invincible kings, grand elders, sacred leaders, and sect masters felt a tremor from their souls. The expressions of the Yi family, Gu family, Alcade Jade Pool, Tao East Sacred Lands, Great Xia Dynasty, Myriad Buddha Temple, and other remote antiquity families and extreme Tao sacred lands all changed. Not good. It's the aura of an extreme Tao weapon. The Yi family head roared angrily. Damn it. Did the nest of 10,000 dragons use an extreme Tao weapon? What were they trying to do? Hurry up and activate the void mirror of my Gu family. The Gu family head also roared angrily. The other party seemed to be coming menacingly. They had to quickly take defensive measures. It wasn't just the Gu family. At this moment, all the sacred lands and sects activated their peerless array formations to block. At the same time, they prepared to revive the sacred weapons of their families and sacred lands and even awaken their saints. But in the next moment, they screamed, "Damn it, I can't revive the saint weapon." Not good. Unable to contact the patriarch. Terrified voices sounded. The faces of the sect leaders and sacred lords of the sacred grounds changed. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? How could this be? They personally attempted to awaken their holy armaments, but discovered that they were truly unable to awaken their holy armaments. They were also unable to contact their old ancestors. How could this be? For a time, the world was in an uproar. Immortal Palace's side was the same. They realized that they were also unable to awaken the sacred weapon. What's going on? Li Xuanxian's face was extremely gloomy. The Great Guardian and the others had worried looks on their faces. Where did the old hall master go? At this moment, they were all hoping that the old hall master would return, because Lin Xian was no longer known, and the old palace master was nowhere to be found. Their immortal palace could be considered a group of dragons without a leader. However, fortunately, with Li Xuanxian here, she could temporarily lead Immortal Palace's experts. The 10,000 dragons diagram was that supreme weapon. It sealed the heavens, sealed the earth, sealed everything. At this moment, a sigh sounded in the starry hall. Then a sage appeared. Greetings, old ancestor. Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others all stood up and bowed respectfully. That sage shook his head. There was no need to be so polite. The current situation is extremely dangerous. We have to deal with it carefully. Otherwise, it would be a crisis of extinction. Old ancestor, what exactly is going on? Immortal Palace's experts and invincible kings were extremely puzzled. That sage said that the nest of 10,000 dragons' supreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons diagram, had the power to suppress and seal. This time they had probably opened the 10,000 dragons diagram and directly sealed the entire world. Those saints and holy armaments that had not been revived could not be communicated with for the time being. However, those holy soldiers and saints who had been revived were still able to move. From the looks of it, the 10,000 ancient races wanted to seal the foundation of the human race so that we could not fight at full strength. It's sealing our foundation. In other words, those sleeping saints could not help us? Heavens! Immortal Palace's martial artists were extremely shocked, especially Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others. They knew that their Immortal Palace had an extremely powerful foundation. Not only Immortal Palace, but the Yi family and Gu family also had extremely powerful foundations. Just the sleeping saints alone were probably many. But now, these saints could not be revived. Then what about the supreme weapon? Yi family, Gu family, they all had supreme weapons. Wouldn't it be fine if they used the supreme weapon to break the 10,000 dragons diagram? It wasn't that simple. Immortal Palace's sage shook his head. The 10,000 dragons diagram had awakened ahead of time and cut off all connections. Those desolate ancient families and extreme Dao holy lands probably could not revive their supreme weapons now. It was truly a disaster. What? They could not revive their supreme weapons? Everyone's faces were filled with despair. If that was really the case, then it would really be terrible. As expected, Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, Grand Xia dynasty, Myriad Buddha Temple, their holy lords and sect masters had gloomy expressions. It was because they really could not revive their supreme weapons. Damn it, how could it be like this? There was a layer of power that separated us from the supreme weapons. Moreover, this power was not turbulent but rather gentle. Therefore, it did not pose a threat to the supreme weapons. The weapon spirit, sleeping inside the supreme weapons, would not awaken either. After learning of the situation, the expressions of these holy lords and sect masters were abnormally ugly. Before they could react, the other party had already planned everything. Moreover, the other ancient royal families had joined forces and activated the supreme weapons. Needless to say, this was not just the nest of 10,000 dragons. There were definitely other ancient royal families. It was over. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with despair as they looked up at the sky. In the sky, the 12 saints stood on the azure dragon skin and looked down with incomparably cold expressions. Behind them was an endless ancient army. Each of them was a peerless powerhouse, a terrifying genius. These people also looked down at the earth with cold gazes. At the front, the 2 saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered. What magnificent mountains and rivers! What vast earth! This world was really beautiful. Yes, I remember that before I fell asleep, everything was under our control. The saint of the divine Phoenix Ridge also spoke in a deep voice, shaking the void. How could lowly humans have the right to control such a world? This world belongs to us. The saint of the fire Chilin cave also spoke. His voice was cold and emotionless. Their eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. Now that we have revived, we are about to take back everything that belongs to us. Chapter 2846. It's time to let these lowly humans know our power. We will once again rule the land and rule the world. The 12 sages had cold expressions as the nomological laws on their bodies soared into the sky. They were like high and mighty gods. They formed seals with their palms, and terrifying seals appeared one after another. This world belongs to us. Let the humans feel pain. As the 12 sages used their divine chains of order and nomological laws, the azure dragon under their feet seemed to have come to life and turned into an incomparably huge dragon. The dragon opened its head and absorbed the spiritual energy within thousands of miles, forming a terrifying ball of light that then rushed downwards. Black Demon Cliff. In order to escape the pursuit of the 10,000 ancient races, Lin Xian entered this place and was temporarily safe. However, when he first entered, he still felt his hair stand on end, because they felt that a sage had charged in. This made Lin Xian's scalp go numb. Sages were extremely terrifying existences. He couldn't resist at all, and the other party was so strong. He could only pray that Black Demon Cliff was extremely terrifying and could stop this sage. Sure enough, not long after, the sage was inexplicably attacked and blood stained the sky. He left in a sorry state. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Then his face was full of shock. Even a sage could be injured here, let alone him? If he wasn't careful, he would probably lose his life here. Fortunately, perhaps because he cultivated the 9-yang divine body, Lin Xian didn't suffer any attacks in Black Demon Cliff. He felt that there was a sacred power that seemed to be attracting him. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to go deeper because he knew that even if he went out now, he wouldn't be able to escape. There must be ancient powerhouses guarding outside. He had to think of a way to see if he could find any treasures here and go out to kill. However, after looking around, he didn't find anything. Therefore, he simply stopped looking and sat there cross-legged, silently cultivating and recovering his body first. He wasn't afraid anyway, and those people outside didn't dare to come in. He still had a lot of cultivation resources in his hands, which were all in the black earth. He could use them to cultivate. However, a few days later, the world suddenly changed as a terrifying pressure was emitted from the sky. Even Lin Xian, who was in the Black Demon Cliff, could feel it. The dark red divine dragon also came out of the black earth and shrieked in fright. Damn, it couldn't be that the saint had taken action again, right? He was too scared. Lin Xian was also on high alert. He decided that if the situation turned bad, he would enter the depths of Black Demon Cliff. However, after waiting for a long time, he did not see the saint descend. Instead, the entire sky turned dark as if the sun had been blocked. What's going on? Lin Xian frowned. The crimson divine dragon's eyes flickered as well. The aura of dragons, he exclaimed. Naturally, he could feel the terrifying aura of dragons pressing down from the sky. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary dragon. It was at least a saint-level dragon. From the looks of it, it should be the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons who had made a move. Could it be that the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons attacked us? Lin Xian was surprised. If that was the case, then things were really bad. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, and his eyes emitted a golden light that pierced through the demonic chi and darkness. He looked into the distance. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. No, it wasn't targeted at Black Demon Cliff, but the entire continent. Under the observation of the heavenly secret divine eyes, he saw the terrifying dragon Might Law covering the entire world. It wasn't just Black Demon Cliff. The other continents were also shrouded in the same way. Qingcheng, Qiu, or what happened? Lin Xian used the array formation to transmit his voice. When they parted ways, they exchanged array formations so that they could transmit their voices. Murong Qingcheng and Shen Jingqiu had also transmitted their voices. They knew that Lin Xian had entered Black Demon Cliff, and his life was not in danger for the time being. Therefore, the two of them were relieved to stay in the sacred land and cultivate quietly. But now they couldn't cultivate at all. When they heard Lin Xian's voice transmission, the two of them hurriedly told him what they had seen. Big Brother Xian, not good. The 10,000 ancient races are attacking. They took out their supreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons diagram, and sealed everything. Our Jade Lake can't use the West Emperor Tower anymore. Even the sleeping saints and the sealed sacred weapons would not be able to be revived. Hearing Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's words, Su Qin was surprised. The dark red dragon's eyelids also twitched. 10,000 dragons diagram. Damn it, is the nest of 10,000 dragons crazy? They actually took out such a thing. They want to use an extreme weapon. As a dragon and an old monster that had lived for many years, the dark red dragon naturally knew how terrifying the 10,000 dragons diagram was. If it used its full strength, it could probably destroy the entire world. No, they used an extreme weapon to intimidate the other families. Don't worry, they won't destroy the world. Their goal is to regain control of the world. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He naturally knew what these ancient creatures wanted to do. Didn't they just want to regain control of the world? Even if the world wasn't destroyed, the human race was still in danger. They couldn't use their hidden trump cards. With the current strength of the human race, they couldn't resist the 10,000 ancient races. Moreover, this time it was the 3 ancient royal families leading countless royal families and ancient races. This power was simply too powerful. They also had an extreme weapon to rely on. It would be difficult for the human race to resist, unless the human race could use an extreme weapon to revive those saints. Perhaps they could resist, but if they really fought, the world would definitely collapse. Ghosts would wail and wolves would howl. Rivers of blood would probably flow. Many sacred grounds and families would be removed from this world. At this point, the dark red dragon sighed. Kid, why do I feel that this pursuit is a good thing for you? If you don't go out of Black Demon Cliff, you won't have to suffer the chaos outside. You'll definitely be able to survive. Why don't you cultivate here for a few hundred years and go out after becoming a saint? You'll definitely be able to intimidate a region. After all, at the saint level, your 9-yang divine body and great dragon sword soul are definitely terrifying. Even if those 10,000 ancient races come to kill you, you can still calmly retreat. If you really can't, you can leave the true spirit world and go to the outer realm. The world was so big that a saint could leave whenever he wanted. Lin Xian directly shook his head and rejected the dark red dragon's suggestion. No, I can't cultivate here for a few hundred years. I have to hurry out. In this crisis, Immortal Palace will also suffer. As the master of Immortal Palace, I can't ignore it. Moreover, Qingcheng and Qiu are still outside. I can't give up on them. I have to protect them. Chapter 2847. Kid, are you out of your mind? The dark red dragon gnashed its teeth in anger. What's the point of you going out now? You're a young genius who can suppress the younger generation. But this isn't a battle between young people. Do you see that? Those primordial kings and saints have all jumped out, and they've even used their supreme weapons. Do you think you can fight against them? There must be a way. Lin Xian took a deep breath and stood up. His heavenly secret divine eyes scanned the surroundings. This is Black Demon Cliff, where the 9-sun sword saint fell. There must be other treasures here. Ruffian Dragon, help me look. You must find something useful. I want to help the human race. I want to save the Immortal Palace. I want to protect Qingqing and Qiu. Lin Xian was very anxious. Useless kid. So what if I give you a sacred weapon? Can you unleash its full power? So what if you let the other saints unleash their full power? A sacred weapon won't be able to change the battlefield. The dark red dragon shook its head and sighed. Unless the real 9-sun sword saint comes back to life, he might be able to turn the situation around. I don't care. I have to try. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. His 9-sun divine body surged with divine flames. There must be something inside. I have to go in and take a look. Lin Xian strode into the depths of the cliff. Sigh. The dark red divine dragon sighed and shook his head. What a stubborn lad. He swung his dragon tail and followed after him. Boom! In the world outside Black Demon Cliff. A huge azure dragon opened its mouth and absorbed the spiritual energy within millions of miles. It gathered into a terrifying ball of light that was as resplendent as the sun. It carried a destructive force as it blasted downward. Middle ground, Qingxia sacred land. This was a sacred land in middle ground. Its strength was extremely terrifying, and it was also an overlord in middle ground. At this moment, the Qingxia sacred land had activated a peerless formation. The sacred lords, elders, supreme elders, living fossils, and countless experts and young geniuses were all on guard. The dragon's blood, dragon's might, and the laws of the saints in the sky posed a great threat to them. Suddenly, a glaring light appeared in the sky, so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Damn it, what was that? The people of the Qingxia Holy Land screamed in horror. The other humans were also shocked. The reason for that was because the sky had already been covered. It was dim and lightless. The sudden appearance of a ray of light in the darkness was truly frightening. Not good, that thing is coming down. The people of the Qingxia Holy Land were terrified. Was it a sun? What they didn't know was that it was an attack from the 10,000 ancient races. Block it, a supreme elder roared madly. Everyone in the Qingxia Holy Land started to move. They frantically operated the formation. The peerless formation emitted a monstrous aura. Rays of light surged, piercing through the void. The mountains within 1,000,000 miles were trembling, and the void was tumbling. The peerless array formation of a holy land was unleashed at full power at this moment. It was truly terrifying. Boom! In the next moment, the sun-like ball of light descended from the sky and blasted onto the array of the Qingxia Holy Land, bursting out with unparalleled light. The space within a radius of millions of miles was completely shattered. Beams of light shot into the sky like dragons. Boom! Boom! Ka, not good. The people of the Qingxia Holy Land screamed crazily, because they found that their peerless array formation only blocked for a moment before cracks appeared. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. The sun-like ball of light directly pressed down. With a loud bang, the ground split open, and dozens of large cracks appeared. It was like a giant snake dancing wildly, tearing the ground apart. The spirit mountains, rivers, and countless palaces and pavilions in the Qingxia Holy Land were torn apart and turned into ashes in an instant. Damn it, quickly counterattack. Those people roared crazily. Those elders joined forces one after another, pushing a sacred weapon to contend with it. The young disciples quickly fled. However, under the sun-like light, all of their efforts were in vain. The bodies of tens of thousands of martial artists split open, turning into a bloody mist that drifted between heaven and earth. Screams rang out one after another. Those elders' bodies were also torn apart by this energy. In fact, even his sacred artifact was sent flying. Boom! Boom! In the end, the sun-like ball of light landed on the ground and completely exploded, completely enveloping the Qingxia Holy Land. No one could escape. The terrifying sound spread throughout Zhongzhou. For a moment, the entire Zhongzhou shook as if there was an earthquake. Large cracks spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, millions of miles. At this moment, the 4 imperial dynasties of Zhongzhou, the other sacred grounds, and the large sects were all stunned. They used their secret techniques to observe. When they saw that the Qingxia Holy Land was shrouded in endless energy, they were dumbfounded. Damn it, the Qingxia Holy Land was under attack. Not only Zhongzhou, but Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Nanling, and Northern Plains also sensed it at this moment. Those powerful sacred grounds, sects and families all used their arrays to observe from a distance. When they saw the result, they were also dumbfounded. What kind of attack was this? What was used to create this? It was too terrifying. Those ordinary martial artists of the human clan were sprawled on the ground, unable to stand up at all. Their eyes were filled with infinite horror. The terrifying berserk energy lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it slowly dissipated. The sun-like ball of light slowly disappeared and then dissipated between heaven and earth. How was it? How was the Qingxia Holy Land? That was what everyone was concerned about. At this moment, the Yi family, Gu family, Yao Guang, Yao Qi, the imperial dynasties of Zhongzhou, and the Buddhists of the Western Desert were all observing. They were all stupefied like wooden chickens. Even those supreme elders and living fossils were stupefied, because they found that the Qingxia Holy Land was gone. Was the Qingxia Holy Land destroyed? Everyone's scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with horror. That's right, the Qingxia Holy Land was reduced to ashes at this moment. If there was anything left, it would be a sacred weapon. The sacred weapon that was used to resist fell to the ground, emitting a cold light. However, it also became dim. Sacred weapons were extremely terrifying weapons. They were the only ones that had managed to survive this calamity. The others were all killed. This included the Qingxia Holy Land's elders, grand elders, living fossils, and Qingxia Holy Lord. Without exception, they were all killed in one move. This result made the sacred grounds, large sects, powerhouses, and families of the world silent. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. Was this the power of the 10,000 ancient races? It was too terrifying. With one attack, a sacred ground was directly destroyed. Such a method was heaven-defying. Those martial artists of the sacred grounds and sects were even more terrified. If this was the case, what was the point of fighting? Their sacred grounds could only wait to be destroyed. Chapter 2848. The Sacred Lord, Sect Master, and the Patriarch of the Clan of the Ancients also had gloomy expressions. They didn't expect the 10,000 ancient races to attack so fiercely this time. Their attitude was actually so decisive. Was there no room for negotiation? In the sky, on the azure dragon skin, the 12 sages watched this scene and sneered. What kind of human, sacred ground was it? It couldn't even withstand a single blow. As he spoke, the saint of the nest of 10,000 dragons made a grabbing motion with his hand and picked up the sacred weapon on the ground. The sacred weapon began to tremble rapidly. It was a treasure sword that was emitting a biting cold light at this moment, wanting to kill the sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons snorted coldly. Dragon blood surged, directly suppressing it. Then the 10,000 dragons diagram in the sky shot down a beam of light, directly killing the weapon spirit. The green treasure sword no longer trembled and returned to calmness. It was completely held in the hands of the sage of the dragons. It was really a good treasure sword. He sneered and put it behind his back. This scene was naturally seen by the sect masters of the sacred grounds. They were speechless. A sacred weapon was so easily obtained by the other party. This scene was like a dream. Damn it, an extreme weapon. The other party had an extreme weapon as his backing. They naturally knew that even a sage would find it difficult to easily control someone else's sacred weapon. However, it was different if there was an extreme weapon. Just now, it was the extreme weapon, the 10,000 dragons diagram, that directly killed the weapon spirit of the sacred weapon, allowing the sage of the dragons to control someone else's sacred weapon. Lowly humans, listen up, I'll give you a chance to live. The voice of the sage of the dragons sounded between heaven and earth. Now, give up the entire world and become our slaves, and we can give you a way out. Otherwise, what awaits you will be slaughtered. If you dare to resist, you will end up like the Qingxia sacred ground. The cold voice resounded in all directions, spreading to every sacred ground and major sect. The cultivators of the sacred grounds trembled, their faces filled with fear. Was this a declaration of war? The others were also incomparably furious. Damn it, they want us to give up the world? And they want us to become slaves? What a joke! This was especially true for the cultivators from the Holy Lands and great sects. They were used to living like princes. Wherever they went, they would be revered by others. Now that they were turned into slaves, how could they endure it? However, they did not dare to resist. How could they not be shocked when the Qingxia Holy Land was annihilated in one move? Damn it, what should I do? Didn't any saints come out to save him? They were terrified. Now, they could only place their hopes on the clans of the ancients and the apex, Tao, sacred grounds. They hoped that the saints of their respective sacred grounds would come out and turn the tide. Give up the world? Impossible. You want us to become your slaves? You must be dreaming. The patriarchs of the Yi family and the Gu family had spoken. As the descendants of the monarch family, how could they agree to such conditions? With the two clans of the ancients taking the lead, the other holy lands and sects also spoke up. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, things weren't that bad. What, do you still want to resist? Since that's the case, don't blame us for being heartless. The 12 sages laughed coldly, and the ancient army behind them exuded a cold, killing intent. Kill. Kill them all for me. Kill until they trembled. Kill them until they submit. Kill. Countless ancient armies raised their arms and roared. Their terrifying killing intent turned into giant dragons that soared into the sky. At this moment, darkness descended. These ancient creatures were simply too powerful. The 3 theocrats had brought so many powerhouses with them, and they even had the 10,000 dragons portrait to rely on. It could be said that they were incomparably powerful along the way. Roar! These ancient creatures were incomparably crazy. Their angry roars shattered the clouds in all directions. The entire ground was trembling. The human cultivators were terrified. Even their souls were trembling. There was nothing they could do. The other party was simply too powerful. That ferocity, those divine abilities, and the terrifying bloodline power suppressed them to the point that they couldn't breathe. Only a few powerhouses were able to resist. Most of the cultivators were directly killed in one move. Boom! In the sky, the void cracked open, and a terrifying dragon claw descended. It was like a demonic mountain that carried an incomparably terrifying aura that made one's soul tremble. Damn it! The 3 elders of the Dayan sacred ground roared. They were 3 undefeatable kings. At this moment, they executed the Dayan sword technique. Sword chi surged from their bodies, and it was as if arrows were awakening. They fought against the dragon claw in the sky. Boom! Boom! The dragon claw mercilessly descended, shattering all of the sword chi. The bodies of the 3 elders of the Dayan sacred ground split open, and they instantly turned into a bloody mist. Their internal organs were directly smashed. No, elders. The cultivators of the Dayan sacred ground screamed crazily. Their faces were filled with fear. They didn't expect their elders, who were undefeatable kings, to be killed so easily. Their faces were filled with despair. In the next moment, they were also enveloped by the terrifying palm and turned into ashes, vanishing into thin air. Damn it, they really deserved to die. The Dayan sacred lord also roared crazily, but he was soon sent flying as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This scene caused all the cultivators of the Dayan sacred ground to be dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Even their sacred lord couldn't defeat the other party. Run. At this moment, they were running away, crazily. In the sky, the primordial beings sneered. The elites of the Silver Lightning tribe turned into lightning beasts and rushed down from the sky. Instantly, countless people were struck by lightning. Despicable ant, go to hell. The primordial king of the Blood Moon tribe snorted coldly and emitted a terrifying murderous aura. The blood moon above his head crushed mercilessly like a millstone that could destroy the world. Everyone who was touched by it immediately turned into a bloody mist. At this moment, not only the Dayan sacred ground, but the Tai dynasty, the Nainli dynasty, the Divine Wind dynasty, and the Great Xia dynasty were also affected. A green hand stretched out, carrying with it a pitch-black, ghostly aura, and it directly killed more than 10 imperial family cultivators. On the other side, the blue demon tribe was continuously harvesting the souls of the people. Those people's eyes were wide open. There were no wounds on their bodies, but their souls were all devoured. Who can fight with me? The elites of the stone tribe walked on the ground, their bodies emitting a terrifying power. All the attacks landed on their bodies, but they were unharmed. And a single punch from them was enough to kill those invincible kings. Humans were indeed a bunch of trash. The primordial king of the stone tribe sneered disdainfully. Western desert. They were also under attack. In the sky, golden clouds floated and covered the entire world. Countless figures flashed in the clouds. The person in the lead was a woman in red with divine wings on her back. Chapter 2849. This was the divine Phoenix Ridge. The Phoenix clan had led countless ancient armies to attack. Damn it, who are you? How can you blaspheme the pure land of Buddhism? The monks of White Horse Temple and Lanrua Temple roared crazily. A bunch of ants dare to be arrogant in front of me? In the sky, the woman in red sneered. The pair of divine wings on her back quickly spread out, and they were 30,000 miles long. Then they danced crazily. Wisps of divine light turned into divine arrows that descended from the sky. Accompanied by killing intent, they covered the sky and covered the earth. Buzz! A heaven-splitting divine axe descended from the sky and directly split the Lanrua Temple's Buddhist gate into two halves. The array formation was also split open by the axe. Boom! The majestic door collapsed, and countless monks turned into a bloody mist. Miserable cries rang out. Damn it! Use the demon subduing array. The eminent monks of Lanrua Temple roared. 360 monks were circling around in the sky. Their bodies were emitting boundless Buddhist light. Wu Hua was among them. His Buddhist light bloomed, and a terrifying power surged out. Demon subduing. A golden array formation formed between heaven and earth. Countless Buddhist light flickered, and Buddhist patterns floated, suppressing all evil in the world. You want to trap me with a mere array formation? In the sky, an old man sneered. He was a saint of the Phoenix clan. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a bone guqin. It was a guqin made from the corpse of a saint of the Phoenix clan. It was a sacred weapon. The sound of the guqin rang out, and the demon subduing array that had just been formed below began to fluctuate like waves. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on its surface, and with a hong sound, it shattered into pieces, flying freely between heaven and earth. As for the 300 monks, they vomited blood and flew backward. Some of them directly exploded, and their souls were destroyed by the sound waves. Damn it, sacred weapon. Fong Guqin. It's Fong Guqin. Retreat quickly and resist with Buddhist chanting. Prajna. These monks chanted Buddhist Dharma to resist the Fong Guqin. However, they really could not resist. The Phoenix clan was simply too powerful. In an instant, more monks were killed. The sky was split open and the ground was shattered. Lanrua Temple suffered heavy losses. No Flower also spat out blood madly. He pointed one finger to the sky and the other to the ground. His body emitted a terrifying light, but he was still unable to resist. Fortunately, as a young prodigy, he was the target of Lancelot's protection. That was why he was not killed. Abbot, what should we do? Block it for me. I'm going to use the demon subduing pestle, the abbot of Lanrua Temple roared. He entered the depths of Lanrua Temple. Soon, a terrifying light burst out from the depths of Lanrua Temple, bringing with it a monstrous saint aura and countless precepts, shining between heaven and earth. This scene gave hope to the monks of Lanrua Temple. The saint weapon is our demon subduing pestle. That's great. We have hope. These people cheered, and No Flower breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, the saint of the Phoenix race sneered coldly. Demon vanquishing pestle? Let me see if you can subdue us. There was disdain in his eyes. The abbot of the Lanrua Temple held the demon, subduing pestle in his hand. 10,000 rays of Buddhist light bloomed from his body as he soared into the sky. He stared at the figure in the sky and said coldly, "Come, follow me to the outer realm to fight." With that, he soared into the sky. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The saint of the phoenix race sneered. He also took Feng Qin, turned into a divine consciousness, and disappeared into the sky. Everyone was extremely nervous. They knew that in a battle of this level, the power of a saint weapon was too terrifying. If they fought on the ground, the area within a radius of tens of millions of miles would probably be destroyed. Therefore, most battles between saints would be fought in the outer realm. There was nothing there, only the endless void of the universe. There was no need to be afraid of being destroyed, so those saints could also fight freely. Above, the saints were fighting. Below, there was no pause. The phoenixes led the primordial royals and other primordial races to kill in a frenzy. Blood flowed like a river. It was extremely tragic. In the end, there was a shocking explosion in the sky. Then, the abbot of Lanroa Temple was sent flying and crashed into the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. The saint of the phoenix race slowly descended with disdain in his eyes. Demon subduing pestle? That's all there is to it. Surrender or die. The same scene was also playing out in White Horse Temple, Myriad Buddha Temple, an extreme sacred ground. They had once produced Emperor Amitabha, and his strength could be said to be very terrifying. The temple also had extreme weapons suppressing it. However, they couldn't use them now. However, as an extreme sacred ground, they were much stronger than ordinary sacred grounds. Therefore, they had saints who had revived, and several saint weapons had also been revived. For a moment, they blocked the attacks of the primordial royals. As expected of an extreme sacred ground, they were indeed powerful. In the sky, a few figures descended. One of them had nomological laws dancing around his body. It was another saint of the phoenixes. Not good. When the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple and the elders saw this scene, their pupils constricted. They didn't expect the primordial royals to descend, and they were saints. This wasn't good news for them. Myriad Buddha blessing. The abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple snorted coldly. In Myriad Buddha Temple, all the monks began to chant Buddhist scriptures. Wuchen was also there. All the Buddhist scriptures were blessed by the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple. With the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple, a golden Buddha was formed. This golden Buddha was indomitable as if it was a real Buddha. It appeared in the void, emitting a vast divine might. Is that so? Then let's see if your Myriad Buddha phantom is stronger, or my phoenix phantom is stronger. In the sky, the phoenix race saint sneered. He reached out his hand and released the power of his bloodline. Behind him, a bloody light surged into the sky, forming a phoenix. It emitted a supreme saint's might. The moment this phoenix phantom appeared, everyone felt their souls tremble. Their bloodline was suppressed and they couldn't breathe at all. As expected of the phoenix race, it was an ancestral awakening phantom, a saint-level ancestral awakening phantom. These people's faces were filled with despair. As expected, the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple's expression also changed. However, he still gritted his teeth and activated the Myriad Buddha phantom to fight against it. The two phantoms collided in the sky, and a terrifying divine light surged into the 9 heavens. Fortunately, Myriad Buddha Temple was an extreme sacred ground, and it was protected by a terrifying array formation, which prevented Myriad Buddha Temple from being destroyed. However, the surrounding ground and sky were all destroyed into nothingness. In the end, the Myriad Buddha phantom vanished into thin air. The abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple also vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his expression was dispirited. "Abbot!" Those people screamed crazily. Wuchen's figure also swayed, and he came to the abbot's side. He chanted Amitabha, and a terrifying bloodline power rose from his body, enveloping the abbot of Myriad Buddha Temple. Amitabha, He sighed, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. The sun, moon, and stars were not something that a young man could produce. The reincarnation of an ancient Buddha? Interesting. Chapter 2850. However, you're still too young and haven't fully grown. You still can't unleash all the power you had in your previous life. It's not difficult for me to kill you. The saint's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Divine chains of order danced under his feet, transforming into swords of killing. Apart from the western desert, the southern ridge, northern plains, and eastern wilderness also suffered heavy losses. Countless experts were killed, turning into a rain of blood that scattered in the sky. All kinds of screams sounded like ghosts. These people were in complete despair. They had only read about this kind of dark upheaval in ancient books. They had never experienced it personally. When they read it back then, they thought it was just a legend. They never thought that one day they would also experience such dark turmoil. Eastern wilderness. The Yi family and the Gu family were also affected. Many elders and experts were killed or injured, causing their faces to turn gloomy. No, we can't be so passive. We have to gather together and counterattack. Otherwise, if we're defeated one by one, I'm afraid we'll really be finished. The Yi family's patriarch said in a deep voice. He quickly contacted the Gu family's patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, Alkaid's sacred leader, Dao Yi's sacred leader, and the others to discuss. Soon, they decided to gather at the Jade Pool. The Jade Pool was extraordinary. Apart from the West Imperial Tower, the Jade Pool water was also very magical. A drop of Jade Pool water was said to be able to revive bones. It could be said to be a life-saving, sacred medicine. That was why they planned to go there. They would use the Jade Pool as their base camp to fight against the 10,000 ancient races. The Queen Mother of the West nodded. She joined forces with the two patriarchs of the Yi and Gu families and issued an order. Fellow humans, gather at the Jade Pool to fight against the 10,000 ancient races. Their voices turned into thunder and rolled in all directions. At this moment, all the sacred grounds, sects, and families heard it. Countless people gathered at the Jade Pool like crazy. In order to prevent the other ordinary cultivators from being affected, the Queen Mother of the West declared war on the 10,000 ancient races. Come to the Jade Pool to fight, determine victory and defeat. The three royal families of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Chelan Cave sneered after hearing it. You want to fight to the death? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. I can catch you all in one fell swoop. It would save me the trouble of running around. The three royal families were fearless. The far ancient royals and the other far ancient race beings laughed coldly as well. Indeed, it was too troublesome to kill those holy lands one by one. After all, the true spirit world was simply too vast. Even for them, it would take a lot of time. Now that they were all gathered at the Jade Pool, things would be much easier. As long as they killed all the people from the Jade Lake, the whole world would be theirs. Let's go. The three imperial families led countless ancient armies and flew towards the Jade Pool. At the same time in the other holy lands, the experts of the various clans also gathered at the Jade Pool. For a time, the Jade Pool became the target of everyone in the world. The Yi clan and the Gu clan were the first to arrive. They asked if the Queen Mother could use the Western Imperial Tower. The Queen Mother of the West took a deep breath. The West Imperial Pagoda was rather special. It had never truly fallen asleep. If they were to attack the fairy pool, they would definitely alert the West Imperial Tower. Hearing this, the Yi family and the Gu family heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. They would not dare to attack the Gu family and the Yi family because the Void Mirror and the Celestial Emperor Cauldron would also awaken. At that time, our three extreme Dao weapons will definitely be able to contend against them. Not necessarily. The Queen Mother of the West's expression was solemn. They would not be so foolish as to attack by force. They might not even use their extreme Dao weapons. We still have to make all kinds of plans. It would be best to gather all the sacred lords and think of a plan together. They will be here soon." The Yi clan and the Gu clan leaders nodded. This time, they had brought many elders, invincible kings, and young geniuses. Yi, Wu Dao, Gu Santong, and the others were also here. However, the Gu clan's divine body did not come. It was said that he had stayed with the Gu clan to guard the jade pool. This scene was rather surprising. This was because the Gu clan's divine body was very mysterious and had never appeared in front of anyone. Soon, the sacred lords and sacred lords of the Eastern Barren Territory all arrived with their experts. The sacred lords of the Western Desert, Middle Ground, Nanling, and Northern Plains also arrived. The jade pool became more and more lively, but there was no lively atmosphere at all. Everyone's expression was solemn and their faces were pale. This was because they knew that the 10,000 ancient races were about to arrive. There would be a shocking final battle here. While the world was gathering at the Jade Pool, on the other side at Black Demon Cliff, Lin Xian also found out about the situation outside through the array. His expression was extremely solemn because the 10,000 ancient races were too strong. They had destroyed the Qingxia sacred ground with one strike and then slaughtered the great sage lands and sacred lands. Basically, none of the sacred lands and sacred lands could resist. Other than a few who had extreme Dao weapons and were not attacked, the other sacred lands and sacred lands had all suffered heavy losses. And now, the world was gathering at the Jade Pool. It seemed that there would be a final battle. He had to do something. But until now, he had yet to find anything mysterious. "Forget it, I'm not going. I'm exhausted." The dark red divine dragon sat on the ground. "No, kid, stop. The demonic chi here is too terrifying. We can't resist it anymore." Indeed, in the depths of Blackwood Cliff, there was monstrous demonic chi all around. It was extremely terrifying. Even with Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon strength, they had to deal with it with all their strength. Therefore, with every step they took, they had to expend a lot of energy. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon's body did not have much energy left. He could not walk at all. Lin Xian also sighed and sat down. "All right, I'll rest here and recover my strength." He took out 2 divine crystals, held them in his hand, and absorbed them with all his might. At the same time, he frowned. This shouldn't be. This was the place where the 9 Sun Sword Saint and the great demon died. How could there be nothing? Could it be that there was still a deeper place? He raised his head, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. He looked deeper with a solemn expression. That place was too terrifying. Probably not even a sage could enter. Even if he had the 9 Sun divine body, he might not be able to enter. Senior 9 Sun, now that the human race is about to be destroyed, the dark chaos is about to begin, Lin Xian prayed in a low voice. The dark red divine dragon at the side shook his head. It was useless. That old guy had been dead, for God knows how many years. How could there be a response? Was the chaos about to begin again? Just as the dark red divine dragon finished speaking, a voice floated into his ears. Whoosh! The dark red divine dragon jumped up in fright. He floated in the void, so frightened that his hair stood on end. "Damn it, who is it? Who is speaking? Kid, are you trying to scare me?" Lin Xian was also shocked. He turned his head and looked as if he was facing a great enemy. "It's not me." "Then who is it?" Chapter 28:51. Heavens! It's said that a shocking battle happened here. Who knows how many people died? Damned brat, I told you, you shouldn't have come here. The dark red dragon wanted to escape. Lin Xian frowned. Could it be the remnant soul of the 9 Sun Sword Saint? If that was the case, then there might be hope. The dark red dragon said, "Not necessarily. Kid, don't forget that there's still a great demon here. What if it's the soul of that demon? We'll all be finished. We probably won't even be able to withstand a single move." The dark red dragon didn't want to take the risk. The 2 of them felt their hair stand on end when they heard the voice. "Senior Nine's son, is that you?" Lin Xian asked quickly. At the same time, he activated the mysterious heavenly god and scanned the surroundings. Soon, the ethereal voice sounded in his ears again. "That's right, it's me. This is a wisp of my broken soul imprint." "Senior, do you really have a remnant soul imprint?" Lin Xian was wild with joy. He hurriedly said, "Now that the dark chaos has begun again, does Senior have any methods? Can you stop it?" "There is one method, but it depends on whether you can succeed or not." The voice of the Nine Sun Sword Saint drifted over. "What method?" Lin Xian asked quickly. "Go inside and come to the place where I fell. I'll tell you, the place where you fell." Lin Xian was shocked. That was the place where the demonic qi was the thickest. He couldn't resist it at all. Not to mention him. Even a sage couldn't enter. The Nine Sun Sword Saint said, "Don't worry. With my guidance, the demonic qi won't hurt you." Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The dark red dragon at the side was skeptical. "Kid, be careful. Why do I feel that something is wrong?" Lin Xian said, "It's fine, I have to give it a try. As long as there's a chance, I won't give up." Indeed, Lin Xian urgently needed power to stop the dark chaos. Therefore, he walked forward. As expected, it was unknown whether or not it was the influence of the Nine-Yang Sword Saint soul. But wherever Lin Xian passed, the devilish energy would frantically retreat, opening a path for him. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was even more elated. His speed was even faster as he turned into a stream of light and flew forward. The dark red divine dragon at the side and followed him. The two of them came to the depths of the black demon cliff. The surroundings were simply too terrifying. The terrifying demonic qi even carried with it the laws of the world that could pierce through saints. No wonder this place was called a forbidden area, because even if a saint were to come, he would probably not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon would never come here. There was a huge crater in front of him. It was shrouded in endless demonic qi, making it impossible to see what was inside. Lin Xian asked again in a clear voice, "Senior Nine Sons, I have arrived. What should I do next? Do you see that deep hole? My body is still in that deep hole. Dig it out. Dig it out." Hearing this, Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red divine dragon's eyelids were twitching wildly. The Nine-Yang Sword Saint's body was still there. It was truly unbelievable. How many tens of thousands of years had passed? Could it be because he cultivated the Nine-Yang divine body? That was really shocking. The Nine-Yang divine body was indeed too mysterious and terrifying. Lin Xian's figure flashed and jumped to the front. The demonic qi in front of him quickly dispersed and retreated like the tide. There was a huge crater in front of him. He couldn't see the end of it, as if it was connected to hell. He shot out wisps of sword energy and probed downwards, shuttling quickly. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, his eyes finally lit up. Then, the sword energy turned into a huge dragon, wrapped around the thing below, and quickly flew out. Boom! When the corpse below came to the ground, the surrounding demonic qi quickly rolled. The ground cracked and terrifying cracks appeared in the void, unable to withstand the pressure. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also held their breaths. They felt as if there was an invisible force that was going to crush them. Damn it, it's so scary. He's been dead for tens of thousands of years, but his body still has such terrifying power. What level did the Nine-Yang Sword Saint reach when he was alive? He probably wasn't far from being a great emperor. The dark red divine dragon screamed in horror. Lin Xian also kept retreating. At the same time, the dragon's sword soul in his body roared. His body shone brightly as he activated the Nine-Yang divine body. Soon, the corpse below trembled slightly as if there was a reaction. It should be a mysterious connection between the 9 yang divine bodies. The terrifying pressure disappeared. Only then did the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Come over and grab my hand. Our 2 divine bodies can resonate with each other. You will know what to do next. Hearing that, Lin Xian walked over. He squatted down, stretched out his hand, and grabbed the corpse's hand. The corpse's flesh was gone, leaving only a skeleton. It was not an ordinary skeleton, but a golden one. Every inch of the bones was golden, as if they were made of gold. Lin Xian grabbed the golden skeleton's hand and was about to ask what to do next. Suddenly, his pupils constricted because he saw 2 dots of light in the golden skeleton's eye sockets. The golden light was mixed with incomparable demonic qi. Not good, Lin Xian exclaimed. In the next moment, he screamed in pain. He hugged his head and roared in pain. Damn, brat, are you all right? When the dark red divine dragon saw that, it immediately rushed forward. However, it was soon sent flying by the surrounding demonic qi. Dragon blood flowed out of its body. Damn it, why did you attack? The dark red divine dragon roared crazily. That shouldn't be. Is the 9-yang sword saint trying to reincarnate? He knew that something was wrong. It couldn't be that simple. Ha 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 ha. I am a great demon who has just been resurrected. Suddenly, a crazy roar rang out, causing the surrounding demonic qi to turn into a boundless black wave that pierced through the void. The dark red divine dragon's expression became extremely ugly. A great demon, it's actually a great demon. His soul hasn't completely dissipated yet. That's too terrifying. Damn it, it's a trap. The dark red divine dragon instantly understood. That soul should be the great demon's. For some reason, it had attached itself to the 9-yang sword saint's corpse. That was why it had spoken earlier. It seemed that the great demon wanted to possess Lin Xian's body. However, the great demon was probably too weak. Only physical contact could activate the possession. That was why the trap was set up. Lin Xian was caught off guard. In addition, he wanted to obtain power to stop the chaos in the darkness. That was why he fell for the trap. Brat, you must persevere. The dark red divine dragon roared anxiously. He couldn't help it all. Just the surrounding demonic qi alone was enough to make him feel dangerous. The great demon didn't have the time to care about him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by now. Chapter 2852. Lin Xian was struggling bitterly, resisting the soul attack of the great demon. Several figures appeared in other mysterious places of the world. Among them, an old voice appeared. Like a star, it descended in front of a huge mountain. Spiritual mountain. That's right, it's here. The old man revealed a smile. If someone was here and saw him, they would definitely exclaim. Especially those from Immortal Palace, because this old man was the old palace master of Immortal Palace, Xiajiu. Spiritual Mountain was an extremely terrifying place. It was related to a great emperor. Dong Hua, great emperor. An extremely terrifying existence had left behind a Dharma treasure in the Spirit Mountain. It wasn't any weaker than an extreme Dao weapon. At this moment, Xia Jiu's eyes flickered. The investiture of the gods should be in Spiritual Mountain. At the same time, several other figures flew out from the mysterious Reincarnation Mountain and floated to various places of the true spirit world. On the other side, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was extremely nervous. The Sacred Lords, sect masters, grand elders, experts, and geniuses of the great sage sects had all gathered at the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. Luckily, as an extreme Dao sacred ground, the Jade Lake Sacred Ground was large enough to accommodate so many people. This scene was even more lively than the previous Immortality Peach Banquet. However, no one was in the mood to talk. Everyone's face was filled with worry. Some of them even had blood on their bodies. No Flower, Dustless, the Great Xia Prince, Princess Divine Wind, and Nine Li Prince all had blood on their bodies. They were all heavily injured. Heavens, it can't be. Even Dustless was heavily injured. He was one of the titled geniuses. It seemed like the Thousand Buddha Temple was also heavily injured. Queen Mother of the West, you must avenge us. The 5 Elements palaces, people cried as they entered. Their holy lord had been directly killed. The 5 Elements, sacred lord, had fallen. This was like a bolt from the blue, shocking all the martial artists. Not only the 5 Elements sacred lord, but the 9 Firmaments sacred lord was also shocked. He had fallen. The new 10,000 Thunder sacred lord's face was also pale. Luckily, he was still alive. The other sacred lords and sect masters were also heavily injured. None of them were in good condition. The only one who was unharmed was the Jade Lake sacred ground. Because they weren't affected too much, what awaited them was a storm of attacks. Boom! Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. The sky was like a painting, trembling rapidly. Endless spiritual energy surged, and a terrifying aura surged. In the distance, the sky pressed down, causing all the cultivators to raise their heads and look up. Not good. The 10,000 ancient races. The 10,000 ancient races are here. At this moment, they were extremely terrified. Was the final battle about to begin? However, they couldn't fight back at all. Other than the sage, the other party also had the 10,000 dragons portrait. That was an extreme weapon. How could they resist it? After all, the human race had no lack of apex weapons. The Jade Lake's West Emperor Pagoda, the Gu family's Void Mirror, the Yi family's Celestial Emperor Cauldron, and the Skyscraper's Dragon Emperor Sword, Yao Guang's Dragon Pattern Cauldron, and Julie Dynasty's Julie Painting. It could be said that there were many extreme grade weapons, but they couldn't use them at all, because the nest of 10,000 dragons was the first to activate the extreme weapons, cutting off their connection with the extreme weapons. Unless the other party went crazy and attacked with extreme weapons without any regard for their lives. Only then would the other extreme weapons be activated and resurrected. Apart from that, it would be very difficult for them to use their extreme weapons again. This caused them to be at a disadvantage even before the battle began. Human ants, kneel down and accept your death. In the distance, dark, cloud-like figures descended. The sky was filled with a black mass as countless ancient armies rushed over. They looked down like gods and demons. Killing intent surged from their bodies and pierced through the 9 heavens. It directly caused the peerless array formation below to rumble continuously. Are they all here? Very good. Just nice. I'll catch all of you in one fell swoop, so that I won't have to chase you all around. The sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons sneered. Behind him, the other dozen or so sages also emitted a cold aura. Divine chains of order danced in the sky, bringing with them a powerful pressure. Damn it, are you really going to attack and kill us all? Do you really think that the human race is easy to bully? The Yi family patriarch roared angrily. The Gu family patriarch also snorted coldly. That's right, if forced into a corner, we'll fight to the death. We can use extreme weapons at all costs. If that's the case, you won't be able to gain any benefits either. Everyone, what can't we sit down and discuss? Must we make such a big fuss? Once the extreme weapons are used, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. In the end, other than the Holy Land families with extreme weapons, the other factions will be annihilated. The 10,000 ancient races are no exception. Is this the outcome you want to see? The Queen Mother of the West also spoke in a deep voice. Sit down and talk? What's there to talk about? This piece of land originally belonged to us. The true spirit world was also controlled by us. It's just that we fell into a deep sleep, so you humans took advantage of us. Now, we've revived and regained control of the entire world. If you humans retreat and become our slaves, we can give you a way out. The powerhouses of the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and Fire Cheelin Cave shouted coldly. Other than that, there was nothing to discuss. Domineering, incomparably domineering. They didn't put the human race in their eyes at all. Damn it, let's fight it out. Some powerhouses gritted their teeth. They had never suffered such a thing. Let them become slaves? They might as well let them die. The others also roared angrily. In the sky, the 10,000 ancient races sneered. Fight it out with us? Do you have the qualifications? Humph, in a one-on-one fight without using extreme weapons or holy weapons. You are not my match at all. A grand elder of the 5 Elements Palace stood out. Their sacred lord had been killed by the other party. How could they endure this? They had to take revenge. In a one-on-one fight with just you? I'll fulfill your wish. In the sky, a figure descended. Like a fiend god, he was tall and had a monstrous bloody light on his body. Behind him was a blood-colored moon that floated up and down. It was the primordial king of the Blood Moon clan. Come out, lowly human. I can kill you with one hand. The primordial king of the Blood Moon clan was very powerful. I'll kill you. The grand elder of the 5 Elements Palace walked out. His robes fluttered, and the power of the 5 elements floated in front of him, forming a 5 elements mountain that crushed the void. This grand elder was also an invincible king. Moreover, he was a very powerful, veteran, invincible king. At this moment, he went all out without holding back and struck out with the power of the 5 elements. He activated the 5 elements mountain and quickly blasted it forward. The terrifying power was like a vast ocean, sweeping across the void and pressing forward. Reckless. Blood Moon Slash. The primordial king of the Blood Moon clan sneered as his bloodline power surged. With a wave of his arm, the blood-colored moon above his head spun rapidly, turning into a blood-colored long blade that directly slashed down. Puff! The 5 elements mountain was split in half. The grand elder of the 5 Elements Palace was also split in half from the middle. Blood dyed the sky red. What? He was killed. Killed in one strike. No way. How could the difference be so big? Everyone was terrified, especially those from the 5 Elements Palace. Their bodies were trembling. This was impossible. That was one of their grand elders. How powerful was he? But now he was killed by the other party in one strike. Moreover, the other party was not a saint at all. He did not even use a holy weapon and was killed just like that. This scene caused everyone to fall into despair. The other sacred lords, sect leaders, Yi family patriarch, Queen Mother of the West, and the others all frowned. Chapter 2853. The Blood Moon clan's primordial king sneered disdainfully as he looked at the corpse on the ground. He looked forward, his ice-cold eyes like 2 blood-colored bolts of lightning as he stared at the human cultivators in the Jade Lake Holy Lands. Who else is unconvinced? If you want to die, then come out. I'll do it. An expert from the All Beginnings Holy Land walked out. He was also an invincible king. Primal chaos energy revolved around his body, forming a primal chaos battle armor. The spear in his hand was formed from primal chaos light. He was extremely powerful. As he walked, he tore apart the sky and earth, causing the earth to tremble. It was clear that this was an extremely terrifying, invincible king. Elder, do your best. Kill him. The disciples of the All Beginnings Holy Land crazily shouted. The other human cultivators also clenched their fists and paid close attention. Although the All Beginnings Holy Land wasn't an extreme Tao Holy Land, it was still an extremely terrifying Holy Land. The primal chaos energy they cultivated had a great origin and was incomparably terrifying. Thinking about it, they should be able to kill him. The primal chaos energy was indeed a mystical ability. Unfortunately, you haven't cultivated it to perfection. The Blood Moon clan's primordial king coldly snorted in disdain. In the next instant, the blood-colored moon above his head revolved once more, turning into a blood-colored saber that slashed down. This scene was exactly the same as before. Thus, the hearts of the human cultivators leaped to their throats. Buzz, it was the primal chaos spear. With a furious roar, the All Beginnings Holy Lands expert waved the spear in his hand. It turned into a beam of primal chaos light that flashed out. The void rumbled as a beam of divine light soared into the clouds, illuminating the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An unimaginable power surged out, causing everyone to tremble. How powerful! As expected of the primal chaos energy, it was absolutely powerful. Everyone cried out in alarm. The 2 energies collided in the sky, creating a sonorous sound that tore through the void. It had been blocked. It had been blocked by the blood-colored moon. When the All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators saw this scene, they all cheered. The All Beginnings Holy Lands expert also sighed in relief. The other party was only SOO. Did he really think that he could block his attack? Suddenly, the All Beginnings Holy Lands expert's body trembled. Fear appeared in his eyes, because a voice had sounded behind him. Damn it! He wanted to turn around, but before he could do anything, a hand reached out and shattered his primal chaos battle armor, then grabbed his heart and ripped it out. Bang! The palm pierced through his body and crushed his heart. Pum! The body of the All Beginnings Holy Lands expert was torn apart. The one who attacked was an expert from the Blood Moon clan. Although his opponent had blocked his first attack, he was still killed by the second attack. Killing with 1 strike, there was no chance of survival. This scene made the people of the Jade Lake sacred ground despair. How could he be so strong? In 2 moves, he killed another invincible king. Moreover, he was the incomparably powerful invincible king. Could it be that the 10,000 ancient races were so heaven-defying? Was there no one who could contend against them? Damn it, I don't believe it. The 4 symbols, Sacred Lord, stepped forward. He possessed the power of the dragon elephant, which was extremely terrifying. With a stomp of his foot, a 1,000,000-li-long crack was formed, about to stomp the entire thing in half. Let me do it this time. Another divine shadow descended from the sky. This person was similar to a giant. His body was covered in earth-like patterns. He was a true member of the stone race. This was the stone race's primordial king. Both of them stood out. Both of them were invincible kings who specialized in close combat. At this moment, their confrontation was truly eye-catching. Dragon elephant, divine fist. The 4 symbols, Sacred Lord, roared and brandished his fists. His fists transformed into dragon elephants that danced in the sky, crushing everything in their path. How terrifying! As expected of a sacred, Lord-level king. He was much stronger than the other invincible kings. The human cultivators exclaimed repeatedly. The eyes of the primordial kings also flickered. However, the stone race's primordial king only sneered in disdain. Today, I will show you what power is. Buzz! Mysterious, blood-colored patterns blossomed on his body as he activated his bloodline power. With a loud roar, he stretched out his palms, covering the sky as he grabbed at the space in front of him. Destroy! The stone hands grabbed the dragon elephant in the sky and forcefully pulled. The dragon elephant let out a mournful wail as it was torn apart. Not only that, but this astonishing power passed through the dragon elephant and directly affected the 4 symbols' Sacred Lord. With a bang, the 4 symbols' Sacred Lord's arm trembled violently like a piece of cloth before exploding. The 4 symbols' Sacred Lord screamed as he flew backward. Half of his body shattered. Damn it! The 4 symbols' Sacred Lord roared and retreated into the Jade Lake sacred ground like a shooting star. His face was extremely pale. The stone race's primordial king sneered in disdain at this scene. Trash! He spat out these 2 words. Everyone was shocked, and their expressions were ugly. Even a sacred Lord-level expert had been defeated. He was no match for the other party. In fact, he could not even block a single move. These people were simply too powerful and terrifying. The stone race was not an ordinary race. They were one of the most ferocious races among the primordial kings. Moreover, This primordial king bloodline power was simply too strong. The four symbols' sacred lord's defeat was not unjustified. A living fossil spoke in a deep voice. They knew that it was not that the four symbols' sacred lord was weak, but that the other party was simply too strong. He had far surpassed the sacred lord level. Damn it, I'll attack. An expert from the Tao East sacred ground walked out. However, the primordial kings snorted coldly. Lowly humans, you are simply no match for us. There was no need to attack one by one. It was better to fight to the death. In the sky, the 12 sages released divine chains of order that pierced through the ground. The primordial kings were also eyeing covetously. They were prepared to end the battle quickly and not waste any more time. In the next moment, the 12 sages attacked. The azure dragon beneath their feet spat out another ball of light that blasted onto the supreme array formation. Instantly, the array formation shattered, forming a huge black hole. Countless primordial kings charged in. Damn it, let's fight to the death. On the human side, the sacred lords and sect masters also roared angrily. They knew that they could no longer retreat. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. These people also attacked. At this moment, they did not hold back. Even the Yi family patriarch, the Gu family patriarch, the Queen Mother of the West, and the others joined the battle. In an instant, an earth-shattering battle erupted. At Black Demon Cliff, Lin Xian was still screaming in pain. He was currently enduring great pain. In his mind, a black mass of Mo Qi transformed into a ferocious figure that seemed to want to destroy his soul. It wanted to take his body for itself. 9 Yang divine body, dragon sword soul, ha 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 ha. After obtaining your body, everything will be mine. In my previous life, I was unable to become a great emperor. However, this time, with the 9 Yang divine body and dragon sword soul, I will definitely become a great emperor. Moreover, I can go even further. He laughed wildly as if he had gone mad. Damn it, go to hell! Lin Xian roared crazily as he mobilized the dragon's sword soul to fight against it. The demonic figure sneered. The dragon's sword soul is powerful, but you can't unleash its full power. Therefore, you can't hurt me at all now. If you die, I will make good use of this body of yours. The demonic figure let out a sinister voice. Lin Xian roared crazily. In his mind, a golden vortex spun, forming a pair of golden eyes that looked down at the front like a god. Chapter 2854. The golden eyes became more and more mysterious, and they even began to burn the black figure's soul. The black figure screamed and struggled frantically. Damn it, what kind of eyes are these? How can they be a threat to me? He couldn't believe it. In the next moment, he screamed in horror. Could it be those eyes? Damn brat, you actually have those eyes. He screamed crazily as if he had encountered something terrible. I don't believe it. So what if you have these eyes? You're too weak. You're no match for me. He pounced forward. But in the next moment, he screamed and flew backward. Because his soul had been ignited. His soul imprint was already broken. Now that it had been ignited, his injuries were even worse. Moreover, there was a dragon's sword soul around him, eyeing him covetously and attacking him from time to time. This caused the demonic figure to be extremely miserable. With a roar, he wanted to leave Lin Xian's mind. But how could Lin Xian let him leave? Lin Xian had suffered so much pain before, and now he wouldn't let him go. Humph! Lin Xian crazily circulated his soul power without any regard for his life. He even mobilized the great dragon, sword soul. The great dragon sword spirit roared and gradually merged with the golden eye. The dragon sword soul turned into a giant dragon, and the golden eyes became the eyes of a giant dragon. Buzz! An even more violent force erupted and instantly enveloped the demonic figure. Damn it, it's impossible. You can't kill me. He screamed crazily, but wisps of white smoke were emitted. In the end, he turned into a cloud of black smoke and was completely destroyed. Phew! It was finally over. Lin Xian also fell to the ground with a plop and closed his eyes. This scene gave the dark red mystical dragon a fright. He quickly flew over. "Kid, are you all right?" Seeing Lin Xian's pale face, he was worried. It seemed that he had fainted. He dripped dragon blood into Lin Xian's body. At the same time, he took out a treasure for soul recovery and fed it to Lin Xian. Then he waited patiently at the side. Lin Xian finally opened his eyes under the effects of dragon blood and soul recovery treasures. The dark red divine dragon asked, "Brat, is that you? Or was it that devil?" Lin Xian smiled and said weakly, "Of course it was me. I killed that guy." "That's great." The dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a faint voice was heard once again. "I didn't expect you to be able to destroy the soul of a great demon. Looks like I really underestimated you. Who was it?" The dark red dragon was scared out of its wits. Lin Xian's face turned even paler. Heavens, could it be that he wasn't dead yet? Then the voice said, "Don't be afraid. This time it really is my soul, the Nine Sun Sword Saint's soul," Imprint said weakly. "I fought with the great demon, and in the end we perished together. It's just that the two of us didn't die completely. His body was destroyed, and my body was left behind because of the Nine-Yang divine body. His soul entered my body and fought with me for thousands of years. In the end, both of us intertwined and fused with each other. Just like that, after tens of thousands of years, we became what you saw just now. If you didn't appear, I'm afraid that in another few hundred years, the two of us might have disappeared. However, if you appeared and he succeeded in taking over, it would be another disaster. But fortunately, you managed to destroy her." Hearing this, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He took out a few more heavenly treasures from the black earth and swallowed them to recover his soul. He drank a few drops of spirit liquid. In the next moment, he felt that his soul had recovered quite a bit. Then he asked Senior, "What should I do to save the darkness this time?" The Nine Sun Sword Saint soul sighed. "I'm too weak to help you now. Even if I go out, I can't do anything. However, my soul is weak, but my body can help you." "How can my body help you?" Lin Xian asked. He felt that there seemed to be a way, so he couldn't wait to ask. "Enter my divine body and use this large Success Nine Sun divine body to obtain his power. Perhaps I can help you." "You mean use this body?" Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This body was a large Success Nine Sun divine body. How terrifying would a large Success Nine Sun divine body be? It was absolutely unimaginable. One had to know that the Nine Sun Sword Saint had died tens of thousands of years ago, but his body was still not completely destroyed. Even a terrifying existence like the great demon's body was gone, but the Nine Sun divine body was preserved. Although only a skeleton was left, one could imagine how heaven-defying it was. But how would he enter it? Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that his soul would leave his body and enter this skeleton? He really couldn't understand. Moreover, after entering, would he be able to control this body? In that case, wouldn't he be invincible in the future? It's not as heaven-defying as you think. The Nine Sun Sword Saint soul said weakly, "You must cooperate with my soul in order to enter it. Once you use it, my soul will quickly dissipate and eventually disappear. At that time, you won't be able to use the power of a large Success divine body." So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. He asked in a deep voice, "Senior, how long can your soul last?" From the looks of it, the Nine Sun Sword Saint's soul was very weak. He probably wouldn't be able to last long. He didn't want the Nine Sun Sword Saint to die right after leaving. There wasn't much time left, but it was still enough to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. Moreover, if you enter my large Success divine body without using any divine abilities, just the strength of my physical body is already very strong. Using the strength of my physical body won't exhaust my soul. Only when I use divine abilities will my soul be exhausted. Moreover, the degree of exhaustion will be different depending on the degree of use. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint quickly explained. Lin Xian understood after hearing that. He took out some natural treasures from the Black Earth and said, "Senior, these are some soul recovery tonics. They are all natural treasures. Take some." He had taken out all of his soul recovery treasures. He did it so that the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's soul could last a little longer. He knew that the Nine-Sun Sword Saint's injuries were too serious. Moreover, after tens of thousands of years, it was impossible for him to be revived. All he could do was to extend his life. It was useless. He wouldn't be able to extend it for more than a few days. The Nine-Sun Sword Saint shook his head. Logically speaking, I'm not a great emperor. It's impossible for me to live for so long. Even my soul can't. It's just that my soul and that great model's soul fused together and some changes occurred. That's why I could survive for so long. However, now that the great demon's soul has been destroyed, I won't be able to survive for long. Despite saying that, Lin Xian still handed all of the treasures over to Lin Fan, regardless of the consequences.